Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Honestly, who would win in a fight? LeBron or Stephen A? Even if actually let me save that conversation or that question for later. But man, Stephen A. Smith, he gotta stop it. He needs to stop it. Respectfully. Respectfully. Let's see what else we got going on. Let's also see what's trending. Let's get my Twitter up. Yeah, let's get everything up. Pause. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's see this. I'm seeing this trending right now. What's going on here? First thing I do, I open up Twitter and I see this nonsense. I open up Twitter. Okay, let's share the tab. What the? Nah, never mind. But let me share the tab. I thought some crazy alert popped up. Okay. Okay, this just went viral, or I don't know, it's just appearing on my screen. I don't know what happened. Say bets join BG and Dale Don as the only players to have multiple 30 and 10 games in NCAA tourney in last 25 years. Those are decent numbers for NCAA tourney. Let's see.
Brittany Griner and Elena Deladon. What is it like to be in company like that with the performance you're having in the tournament?
Listen, the fact that I'm even in a conversation with those two is insane. I look both up to both of them so much, so that's unbelievable. I'm just very grateful.
Brittany Griner and Elena.
Okay. Reasonable response. Okay. Interesting. So somebody said Joe Budding co-host says what Stephen A. Smith did to Kyrie Irving is worse than what he did to LeBron James. Hmm. Also, I did see something weird where there was somebody was saying that LeBron should have been on somebody else's podcast. I'm like, oh man, I saw something weird like that. I don't know who said that. One of them ninja podcaster bros. That's what we gonna call them. The NPBs, the ninja podcast bros. That's what we gonna call random ninjas that be doing a podcast talking about nothing. This dude had said, "Oh, he's gotta come on a black podcast." Basically, something like that. He's got to come on a black podcast that's on a come up. I'm like, he was on a Pat McAfee show. That was a move to basically slight Stephen A. Smith, and it was convenient because he just played Indiana, or he was about to play Indiana. He was right in the location, the geographic location. So it was the perfect chess move at a very convenient time and location. he's he's worried about him not going to the right podcast. Oh my god. I forgot who it was. One of the yeah. We gonna call these people NPBs and Ninja Podcast Bros. Somebody said this is a real Toronto accent. No, I'm not gonna play that. Oh, did you guys see the news? They said yeah, Marvel Studios did say they're going to cancel Blade, but at the same time, they had said that they were going to incorporate some rainbow activity. So I don't want if they were gonna if they were gonna put include some rainbow activity, then I wasn't gonna watch that. No way. I don't know what I was about to see right there. Oh Lord. Anyway, let's after I saw that post, I'm like, nah, we going on Instagram instead. We gonna start off on Instagram. We gonna start off on Instagram instead. This is oh, actually, you know what? Let me start off with Corey Holcomb and Jess Hilarious. Let me start off with that. Let's start off with Jess Hilarious and Corey Holcomb. Let's start off with that. Let me get the video up for that one. Where is it at?
That is a comedian that I
Okay. Also for this, since this is Club Shay Shay, um, since this is Club Shay Shay's podcast, we do got to make sure we say fair use and all of that. So Jess Hilarious conjured up Snack King's name in Club Shay Shay's interview, and she finally went into depth on why they were beefing. So this is very interesting stuff. I know this is a sports stream, but I did wanted to cover this. I did drop the video earlier today. If you guys wouldn't mind, please show my video some love. You know what I mean? Please show my video some love right here on my channel. It should be the first video that pops up. Here we go. Back to the video here. Fair use.
that is
Fair use, by the way.
Corey Holcomb. That is a comedian that I got into it with. I did a photo shoot with my son, and it went viral. I was naked. My son was not. My son had on Jordans. The only thing I had on was Jordans and socks, and he was covering me. He was covering my boobs, my private area, and he had on clothes. And I did the shoot. I posted it. It goes viral.
Right.
The next morning.
So when you look at that photo shoot at the bottom, maybe I can get a better picture. Do you guys think that is appropriate? That photo shoot she did with her son like 8 years ago that you see at the bottom. I might have to get a better picture of it. But do you guys think that's appropriate? Because I thought that joint was me personally, I thought that was a wild pick. And Corey Holcomb ended up making a point outside of his tweet about that pick. He did make a point where if a man had made a picture, had dropped a picture similar to that with his daughter, they would have had the police called on him, which is very true, right? Let me see. They got this. Do they got this picture right here? Yeah, they got a. Here we go. So I got a more. In my Melvin voice, boo. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you the picture. Shout out to Shadow Dog Law for checking in. Shadow Dog Law, I don't know, because I was about to watch some of the Undead Chronics live stream, but he ended up checking out after like 45 minutes. I knew I was gonna be late to the stream, so I had checked in, and then he's like, basically he was like, I'm out. I was like, wait. I was like, wait, that's that's one of the few reasons why I'm actually doing this stream, because I was actually gonna watch Undead today since I had some time. But let me show you this real quick. Oh, I knew what you meant there. He said that was the time. I knew what you meant there. Let me yeah, Jess Hilarious son. He's gonna yeah. I know this I got the perfect transition story to this too, by the way. What was I gonna show? Oh, this. What was I gonna show this, right? No, let me take this off. And this. Let me show you the picture that Corey Holcomb was talking about. So this was the photo that went viral, right? And I thought that photo was wild. Me personally, I just thought it was wild. Like when she had dropped that photo with her son, I was like, yo, this is like, I would say this YouTube would be very hypocritical to flag my video for showing this picture and then letting, when Jess Hilarious had dropped the pic, letting it fly. That would be very hypocritical. This is what she dropped. She dropped that photo, not me. She dropped it. She dropped the photo. You know what I'm saying? Like, this photo to me is inappropriate. You know, that's just my opinion.
I did the shoot. I posted it. It goes viral.
Right.
The next morning, I wake up to Corey Holcomb calling me a whore and, you know, a black whore, and saying that my son would be gay. And this is why a lot of our young black men are gay, because of black whores like Jess Hilarious. And
Well, he's not wrong. He's just Corey. He's not wrong. When Corey Holcomb gets to, he tends to be very frank with his words, and I do find it interesting. I tend to find it interesting how the general public reacts to Corey Holcomb's assessment on things. And I love how the public just they act shocked. Now, maybe other people can't relate, and maybe I'm being a little bit too vulnerable, right? I've seen people go out their way in my life to make me look stupid, to show me out, to roast me, and I don't see no outrage from the parishioners. And it usually has to take another jock or somebody of influence to be like, "Hey guys, cut it out. He's taken enough shtick." That's what usually has happened in my life. But then what ends up happening is, then those same people will meet somebody that is an equal opportunist shit talker, right? And they just cannot take it for 1 second. They they lose their mind for 1 second. You know what I mean? So that's why guys like Corey Holcomb, you know, Star, these people, they always intrigue me because of the reaction that they get from the public for just speaking the truth. And it's not like they're making fun of people on things that they can't change. They're just making fun of people's choices. And people just can't accept the accountability, the responsibility that comes with it. I've always been intrigued by this. Always. Let's see. This is the photo right here. Or no. Hold on for a second.
Things like that. And he was
Let's rewind it a little bit. Don't I have the let me just show the pic real quick. Said, yeah, this is the pic that Corey Holcomb was talking about. Like, this pic isn't, to me, I'm sorry, this pic is inappropriate for a woman to take with her son. That's just my opinion. Highly inappropriate. And the tweet, let's look at the tweet that Corey Holcomb had made. Because when she had dropped the pic, then Corey Holcomb had made the tweet that went viral. And the video reaction to it has been taken off of TMZ. So let's show Corey Holcomb's tweet from when it went after Jess Hilarious had posted what she posted, right? So this was the tweet right here. So Corey Holcomb, when Jess Hilarious had dropped the tweet, he said, "This is a part of what's wrong with Black America. These 304s want their sons to be, in short, 304s. Effing disgusting," right? So that was Corey Holcomb's tweet. And that was basically his introduction to Jess Hilarious. Before he knew about her comedy, etc., etc., etc. So that's basically where the beef originated. Right? And we will see Corey Holcomb's his physical reaction, right? Him talking to the TMZ guy right after, but before I'll show you this TMZ video. But I got to show you the Jess Hilarious video. I got to finish this video first. Okay.
And this is why a lot of our young Black men are gay, because of Black whores like Jess Hilarious and things like that. And he was
Do you know
going
him?
in. I do not know. I still have not got the chance to see this man.
So Shadow Dog Law says, and why would a woman think a picture like that with her son would be okay? This is what happens when you take a particular community and just women have been in that, and if women in that particular community just goes unchecked, they will do certain things like this, where it will even shock other women. You know what I mean? Like, there's like, when I can't I don't want to show you the comments from the Jess Hilarious video on Club Shay Shay, but the comments were, I'm talking about, it was women in there that don't even like Corey Holcomb. They were just like, look, I don't even like Corey Holcomb, but this picture is weird. They said that a lot of them said the same thing. They said Corey Holcomb could have stated it a little bit better. Right? They always say the same thing about Corey Holcomb, but they always say, they were all saying Corey Holcomb could have stated it better, but he's right, basically. The same thing that they be doing in Undead Chronic. Oh, why does he have to say it like that? The normies kill me with that, dog. Why does he have to say it like that? I'm like, wow. Anyway, let me try to finish this video.
That was the reason why I went to Wild 'N Out, to see this man.
And you didn't, and he wasn't there that day.
No, I made the show, but I'm like, thank you, Nick. But where's Corey? He's oh no, he ain't here. So why you?
So my prognosis of Jess Hilarious has been right all along. Corey Holcomb has been living rent-free in Jess Hilarious' head for years. is because the way she'll like mention him and not mention him at the same time for certain events, even when Jess Hilarious was doing great things in her career, even though she's a terrible comedian, she was still able to get into certain places because she's a female comedian per se, right? She would still have this ninja Corey Holcomb living rent-free in her head. And for her to even openly admit, to say, that's why I try to join the Wild 'N Out show so I can meet Corey, or try to roast him or whatever. But that's usually what happens, particularly with women. Like they'll meet the one dude or one guy, even if the guy's like not, even if she's not sexually attracted to that guy, it'll be the one guy that just doesn't kiss her ass, or the one guy that actually told her the truth. She will remember that guy forever, or the one guy that actually told her what it is. She's because she's just used to every other dude just kind of kissing her ass, kind of tiptoeing around her, being quote unquote intimidated by her, even though they just don't want the drama. And then they'll meet a guy like a Corey Holcomb who really doesn't care. He's just gonna speak his mind. And that guy will live rent free forever in their minds. I'm just rent free.
Because you know why I'm coming up here, Nick. Because that's why you reached out to me, because I flamed him. I was roasting him back to back 3 days straight. And that's why you reached out, Nick. You knew I wanted to see him.
What is it with these people? Like, remember when I did the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant stream, right? These other people, they particularly like the female entertainers. I roasted Corey Holcomb. I roasted him, and he wants nothing to do with me. You didn't. Well, Jess Hilarious, her style of quote unquote comedy, and her come up was basically just her talking in a deep voice, like a lot of black women do. Just her talking in a deep voice, trying their best impersonation. Doing their best to impersonate a ninja that likes to roast people, and that's basically how she rose up in fame. Now, I don't really find her funny, and I've been hearing way too much complaints that her stand-up comedy is trash. I'm talking about the normies saying like they said like this woman here should not be doing stand-up comedy. So her funniness level would even come close to paying for it. But if you're a female comedian, if you're just a productive, woman in the entertainment industry trying to make moves, there will be a push for you, even if you're not funny, So, and like I said, Jess Hilarious was winning in life, I would think, but it doesn't matter because she still thinks about Corey Holcomb, so much so that she almost lost her job a couple weeks ago just because Corey Holcomb had brought up her replacement on the Breakfast Club, or her supposed replacement was doing a better job at the Breakfast Club than her. Jess Hilarious basically almost self-sabotaged herself because she was listening to Corey Holcomb, letting him live rent-free in her head.
No, but you got on the show. Thank you.
You let it go now?
Hell no, I ain't let it go. No, I didn't let it go. I mean, it wasn't even so much about him talking about me. You don't say that kind of thing about somebody's child.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You just.
No, he was saying. He's saying the blood of. He was basically saying the blood of these sons. Like, how do I say it? How do I say this? The negative results of this son's future is going to be, the blood is going to be on your hands. That's basically what he was saying, right? But we already know once the son ends up being a certain way, or he ends up doing something, what they're going to do, they're not going to blame Jess. They never blame the single mom if the son doesn't end up being what he's supposed to do. Be what they do. Oh, where's his dad? Oh, he ain't nothing because the dad ain't there, right? But then if the son becomes something, then the mom gets all the credit. The son becomes nothing, then the dad gets the blame for not being there, even though the mom was the primary caretaker, or if the dad was never there, he still somehow gets all the blame, even though he was never there, quote unquote, right? That has always been something I found interesting. That was Corey's point.
Just don't say stuff like that, but then I realized he don't have a relationship with his mother. You know what I mean?
Which is not true. Anybody that watches the 5150 show or just did a little bit of research, Corey and his mom, it seems like that's one of the few people that he has never fallen out with is his mom. Ironically. 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 But that's all you gotta if you watch anybody that's watched 5150 show would know that's actually one of the few people he's never felt fallen out of line with his mom and his dad. Right? Well, his dad passed away years ago, but he's always been straight with his mom. But I think what happens is because Corey Holcomb is one of the few people in the industry that has been open about his relationship with his kids and how it's never been perfect. And people have taken that and just ran with it. And really all he's doing is being vulnerable in terms like he's always said that but like his relationship with his kids are fine. It's just every bump that he's had on the road with raising his kids, he has revealed it, which most people will never do. You know, he's one of the first people that I saw really in this space that has been open about what it well, you know, what it really is. How it was good with his daughter at first, then it was not, and now it's decent, but it hit a bump in the road. He's always been open about that. But because of that, the normies have taken that and be like, what's your relationship like with your mother? And which is usually what they say with every other dude that has questions for hoes. They always say the same thing. What's your relationship like with your mother? They always say the same thing, you know, but like I said before, anybody that's watched the 5150 show, that's actually one of the few people that Corey Holcomb has never fallen out with, and he'll never fall out with his mom. But, you know, Jess Larry, she just wanted to take a stab at him without any research.
He doesn't have a relationship with his kids. He told one of his kids, F them, he'll make another one. You know, so
which is actually a joke. Well, not necessarily a joke. He this is what he has said. Right? His point was to basically say, don't let the mother of your kids just hold you hostage to that family. As he was basically saying, as a man, you're supposed to be running things. If they're not following your program, I'll just make another one. He was joking, but not at the same time, right? But he was just basically trying to show the normies the mindset of really this is basically the mindset of how the men were back in the 50s and the 40s, you know, in the 60s, you know. That's kind of the mindset that they had. And ironically, women swear they want those kind of men back. But that's a whole other story for another day.
was, you know, and he, the way he talks about his family, you know, something like he has other issues, obviously, you know, very dirty person.
Right.
Yeah.
He needs therapy. He's hurt. It's always the same thing. What's the relationship like with your mother? Oh man. Oh yeah, I remember. I'll say this though. I remember one of the coldest comebacks from Corey Holcomb I ever heard was when this host Brandy, this lady Brandy, they were on Zoe What show, and she had said, "I feel sorry for your baby mother." And Corey Holcomb replied back, he said, "I feel sorry for your aborted kids." That was one of the coldest comebacks I ever heard in my life. I almost crashed my car when I listened to that. That was like, that's one of the things. Like, I try not to listen to Corey Holcomb when I'm driving because you gonna mess up your car. You gonna mess up your car. You gonna mess up your car, bro. That's one of the coldest comebacks I ever heard from Snack King. But let's watch the video that basically started off the whole mess. Basic. Where's the TMZ video? The removed video from TMZ. Shout out to Educated Tyrone that came in. Pause. Right here. Okay. Let's press play. Fair use, by the way, fair use. Even though this video, I think it's deleted from TMZ. It should be deleted from TMZ, but you never know.
To be bitches. Blanking disgusting. Yeah, so
this video is from 2017. 2017. This is what started this whole thing off.
She was not happy about that. She wasn't happy. Not only, I mean, and we're going to get to her response in a moment, but I want to bring in, Corey's joining us right now. Corey, thanks for joining us on TMZ Live. Were you attempting to make a joke, or was this like, I just don't, it's a pretty harsh comment.
It had joke tendencies in it, but whenever you got a young kid, looks like he's about 5, 6, 7, 8, and he's laying on top of his mom, I think that's pedophile behavior. Because I know if a man had a picture up like that where he was naked holding his son like that, they'd be knocking on his door arresting him.
Let alone forget the son. If he had a picture like that with his daughter, that man would be he would even you can't even think about doing something like that with that would be a no.
I hear your point, and I agree that if it were a man, it would be different. But you know what? Maybe this is just one of those double standards, man. I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, I saw the photo and I just thought, oh, loving mom one, the kid is dressed. We should be very clear. The kid is wearing. It looks like he's wearing shorts. I don't know. It just seems like a really harsh thing to say. But do you know Jess personally?
No, she told me she was going to be on that show Wild 'N Out. I found out that was a lie. She's probably just a little internet girl, and this is her claim to fame, because a lot of people who I know saw that picture and they felt the way I felt. So a lot of people who don't feel like the picture is offensive, you know, that goes to show it's two different sides to this world. But that picture looks like a naked woman who has her son who's too old to be sitting on top of her naked. And
but your tweet said that what was wrong with Black America is they want.
Oh yeah, so then she started talking. And this she tried to basically derail his point the whole time while Corey Holcomb was talking.
But your tweet said that what was wrong with Black America is they want their sons to be bitches, which is almost insinuating that there's something effeminate about what the kid is doing. I don't understand what you're saying here sounds different than the tweet.
Yeah, so what? I mean, I wouldn't expect you to understand, but what I'm saying is,
I can understand. I'm a smart person. I can listen to you and understand.
Okay, I'll tell you word for word, but what I'm saying is,
she didn't even catch the shade here. What he did. He said he didn't expect for you to understand. He didn't say that because he thought he thought that you weren't smart. He was saying, I don't expect you to understand because you're not black. And we have certain issues in our communities or in these communities that many white women are, or white people in general, are not privy to. But you already know, you know, particularly when it comes to, you know, white liberal women, they really swear they know everything.
in Black America, there's not a lot of fathers at home. So these kids grow up and their moms do things like that to them. And in my opinion, that sends them off into the world lost, just like their mom.
You're saying that he's in your words, he's a bitch because he has a close relationship with his mother?
What I'm saying is, I'm sure a lot of people will find that picture inappropriate, but because she's a woman and the double standard is applying right now, I'm the bad guy for saying it was obvious. Because I don't think, there's no place for that picture. What do you send that picture to? Send that picture to the grandma. I bet the grandma have a heart attack to see that picture.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if I can bring up. Let me see if I can just bring up I'll bring up the comment section. I don't want people to act like I'm speaking, you know, on some hyperbole type ish. Because I was looking at the comment section. I'm talking about today, and obviously I was talking also about the reaction from 2017 when that picture dropped. But even today, so when. Right here. Oh, they still got it. Okay, right here. Watch this. Look at the comment section here. I'm talking about today. Let's go to the post. I'm going to zoom in on the comment section because it was a lot of comments saying, yo, I don't even mess with Corey Holcomb. or they when they were just saying, yo, that picture was on some, she was doing too much, right? Watch this. Look at these comments. It said, why she had to be naked though. Next comment, nudity and kids don't go together for me. Next comment, this photo was disgusting. Next comment, not siding with old boy, but that shoot was weird. Next comment, I'm not even grazing. I'm talking about these are the top comments, bro. Somebody said, I remember this photo. Funny is a white model released a photo with her child right before Jess Diddy was praised for it, but Jess caught so much hate. It's always our own people that tear us down before anyone else. So you got one, I guess, comment that defended Jess, but that's not the point. We're talking about issues in the ninja community. Let's not bring up the white community. All right. Next comment, it says Corey was dead wrong for saying what he said, but I still don't understand why she was naked in a photo shoot with her 5-year-old son. By the way, yes, the kid was 5 in that shoot. The kid was, he was 5 or 4 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And then you have one other comment that's against Corey. And then the next one, let's be real. Moms can't pee or cry alone. They're always up under us. Nothing you ain't already seen. So another pro-Jazz comment. Okay, one dad here says, folks, for real, I'm a man. If I took that same picture with my 5-year-old daughter, I would be indicted. Let's not go around saying, let's bless mess. Facts. Like I said, like Corey Holcomb had brought up the example if a man was naked, buzzed down and took a picture like that with his son. Forget the son. If he does that with his daughter, like police is going to be knocking at his door like next day, right? But like I said, if you look through the comment section, it's a lot of people that were just like, yo, this photo shoot is not it. You know what I mean? So just even today. But yeah, educated Tyrone. That was funny. I'm happy you caught that. He said, yeah, I'll take your word for it. Hey, yo, man. The irony. Oh, I'm smart enough. I'm smart enough. Yeah, I'm sure you are, lady. I'm sure you are. Oh man. Oh, let me go back to the TMZ video because the white lady, like she was doing too much in this video. She was doing way too much.
She posts on social media. Look, to be fair, Corey, we're gonna here's a little bit of what Jess. This is her side of the story. Her response to your comment on her photo. Corey.
So that was this is now going to show the response. Jess Hilarious. You know, this is the roasting that she swore she did on Corey Holcomb that I'm about to show you guys right here.
They've been saving you for years, bro. They can't save you from me, baby. Boy, if you don't get your fat out of work, I wish I was still funny, zealous comedian, old joke, retired, baby Shaquille O'Neal looking ass out of here, boy, looking like you swallowed correct. You never made the only day of the year you get to be a real comedian is on Halloween when you dress up as Cedric the Entertainer, boy.
Well, she was really calm in her response, and she had a problem with some of the things you said.
I know you said she's not going to be on Wild and Out.
So this is what she considered a roasting. I roasted him. I destroyed him. It almost like, you know what this reminds me of? I'm not even going to hold you. It's like, you ever had like, younger female relatives, right? And you kind of like let them, like you get like in a fake fight with them, whatever, and you let them win. And then she goes telling her friends, I beat him, or something similar to that. That's kind of how I can kind of relate that situation to. But the problem is these hoes be in their 20s and they still thinking they're doing something, right? And they don't even realize everything that they're doing. It's just dudes is just letting them do what they're doing, right? Young Doka, man, what's up? He said I haven't caught a stream in a minute. Well, I haven't done a stream in a week, so you know what I mean. I haven't been consistent with the streams. I've been trying to push the videos out a little bit more. So I when it comes to live streaming, I don't know. I was even gonna do one today. Let me see. He said that roast was below mid. It's just it's her trying to do an impression of what a roast sounds like in New York or something. You know what I mean? It's like she's trying a little bit too hard, right? Um, but like I said, if that's why I always say, like, if you're I say it like this: if you're a woman in the entertainment industry and you're a little bit, if you're at least pushing your own self, even though you're not funny, you can go far in the entertainment industry. And then especially if you're like a woman that's willing to uh use her body to push herself in the algorithm, sky is the limit. Now, I'll say this, like, say if you're like even a little bit attractive and not even funny, but you're consistent with your work, you could be a success. Like, you could have like a legit career, even though you're not funny as a female comedian. You could have a career in the entertainment industry as an actress, and you can literally just come under the disguise of female comedian if you're just a little bit productive, right? That's how easy a lot of women in the entertainment industry have it. Now imagine if you're like, well, let me not say that. But anyways, but particularly a female comedian, quote unquote, like Jess Hilarious, all she has to do is just be consistent with her posting, and sky is the limit for her. And she's not even attractive or funny. But look at how far Jess Hilarious has been able to go in the entertainment industry. And then on top of that, I'm pretty sure and then on top of that, yeah, like I remember at one point she was dating, quote, when I say dating, she was dating Country Wayne at one point. She was messing with him for a little bit, so that obviously helped her in her career, right? So it is what it is.
Now, but for Wild 'N Out, that seems like an audition for Wild 'N Out.
Well, what I want to say about that comment, it wasn't funny. I don't know what she was saying. She's a blogger. People pay to come see me. She's looking for followers. I would tell her, don't be mad at me. We should hang out. I'll let her go out on the road with me. Pay her a couple of $100.
Well, she's paying up for her to come and show you the photo, so she's clearly not that tiny.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Corey Holcomb. He said maybe I'll get her on the road. Have her be on the road with me. You know what I'm saying? Pay her a couple $100. Give her some chicken. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's classic right there. That's classic. That's classic.
She's looking for followers. I would tell her, don't be mad at me. We should hang out. I'll let her go out on the road with me. Pay her a couple of $100.
Well, she's paying up for her to come and show you the photo, so she's clearly not that tiny.
I'll put it like this. I bet I can have her on the road with me doing all kinds of strange things for a couple of dollars. Because I know she's
Good luck with that.
All right.
Did you see her hair? That is not presentable. She doesn't even know how to present herself. I saw a picture of her without that hair. She got the Emmett Smith hairline. You ever seen that?
I would like to see your hairline. You have a hat on, so.
Yeah, I got a nice hairline.
We're not trying to do Wild Now. We're definitely not going to try to do Wild Now. Listen, Corey, I hear your side of it. I hear what you're saying. I want to hear what your explanation was.
Man, that was funny though that day. He said that Jess Hilarious got an Emmett Smith hairline. That's crazy. That's crazy work. That's crazy work right there. But anyways, that was his response on that day. Oh, perfect example. Perfect example. Young Doka. He just gave me a perfect example. He said Whitney Cummings is a prime example of that. People find her attractive and she is consistent with her work now, and she's good for a long time money wise. Like she will always have gigs, whether not just in terms of stand. I'm talking about people inviting her to podcasts, people inviting her to do this, people asking her to do shows, and she's not funny at all. Like I'm talking about at all, but she's productive. And yeah, and you are right. People find her attractive. I don't really see it, but it's almost like it's almost like I'll say it like this. It's almost like this space here where you'll have people, they will recommend like female content creators. Oh no, she's a male advocate, and then I will see her page. I was like, oh, y'all just want to smash. Y'all, I'll be like, y'all like her because she's attractive, man. Come on, But it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh man, let's transition. Well, people are talking about single mothers and um the effects. Somebody had mentioned Jess Hilarious is gonna basically her son is gonna have the what's it, the Oedipus complex. Yeah, that's what Shadow Dog Law said. So let's transition this to Jayden Daniels, because I found that situation very interesting. Let's head to that topic. Where is my goddamn? Here we go. Trying to switch gears. Pause. Here we go. The video that went viral, right? Young Doka said Whitney looks like a used up corn star to me, but I can see the appeal. But like I said, like when I grew up, the way I grew up, I really my relationship with white women is very up and down. It's not meaning this. It's just I really didn't grow up worshiping white women like this, man. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I didn't find no white women pretty. That's not what I'm saying. Like I've always felt like they were so replaceable. I felt like there was so many of them that they were very replaceable. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what better way to say it, but if the average white guy can literally show me his white crush, and I could literally produce to him, like I'm like, I know like 1,000 bitches that look similar, if not better. Like they're a lot of them are like carbon copies of the same. It's there's not really much difference between a lot of white women that I know, particularly on how they act, their attitude, how they'll change their hair color, make sure they try to make their hair blonde, and it's they're too predictable. Like white women are too predictable to me. Like I know exactly what they're gonna do before they're gonna do it. It takes me like about 5 seconds a lot of the time just to know them. It's rare that like one will blow my mind. Pause. Right? You know what I mean? Like there's probably there's it's only like a couple that I remember like recently that was like, oh, you know what? She has a little bit of a personality. But even those like I know what they're gonna do. I know what they're gonna say. You know what I mean? But like I said, I've also underestimated, throughout my life how hard, white men love their white women. I'm talking about like they don't want to admit it, but they love on them hard. Pause. Because all the white women got to do is this. He did this to me, and that's it. Ninjas already know, right? So I guess maybe that's also the attraction trigger, right? So it'll be like certain white girls I've hanged with or um, I've worked with, and they'll start doing the most. Like there's a situation right now. There's a situation right now. There's this studio I go to sometimes. I can't give you more. I can't give you more information than that. But there's this one white girl who's a hoe, right? But she's allegedly the girlfriend of somebody that we know. And people have been trying to convince this man, like, yo, this is a hoe. You can't control her. This is why y'all be having fights. Right? But he's just so enthralled with this bitch. But this bitch that he's enthralled with, it's the most basic hoe. Like, this is the most basic Caucasian hoe that you will ever meet. I'm talking about in your life. She's just a girl that likes to be around. So much like, dude, I remember like one time, like a couple of times now, I'll just be sitting in the studio with my legs open, just chilling, and she be trying to enter. And I literally gotta when she's around, I gotta cover up like I'm a bitch. Like I'm a bitch when she come around because she's just a flirt like that. Every time she come around, I tuck myself in so there's no physical contact because I already know once there's physical contact, she's gonna want to start talking to me, and not just me, but everybody else. You know what I mean? But if I showed you the picture of this woman, this young lady, right? You'd be like, why is this dude so enthralled with this girl, right? But like I said, white dudes love hard too. We underestimate how much white dudes love their white women, and we underestimate how each male of each race love their women. I would say Asians are the most, I guess, black pilled or red pilled when it comes to their women, because their women have been open in terms of their disrespect towards them. Where I'm talking about Asian women will just outright say, I'm not looking for men of my race. They'll just outright say. So Asian men have already just been conditioned to be like, well, we already know what she's chasing for. But when it comes to particularly Black American white men, they feel very entitled to their race of women, right? So it is what it is. Educated Tyrone said, when my coworker sees Becky's, he's always saying copy paste. Yeah, they're a lot of those girls. They look the same, bro. Maybe that's racist. I don't know. Maybe it is, but a lot of white girls is very copy and paste. There's not much difference between them. Even the stuff that they wear, bro. Like there's stuff that white women will wear that they think they're being original, but oh man. This is white. I'll say this. This is this one white girl I know personally right now. She plays an instrument. She's very good. Very good. Right? But that's the thing that I hang on, to her. But basically everything else tip like everything else average white girl, right? But her gift is that, right? So that's the thing that, oh wow, this blows my mind. So but this is like in my lifetime, right? In my lifetime. And it's not that she also plays good, but she actually has a feel for the music. You know what I mean? That's rare. You know what I mean? But that's like only a few that I know in my lifetime. Mind you, I've been to a predominantly white school, elementary school, and high school. And I've lived in the suburbs most of my life. So it's kind of hard. It's not like there's no there's no way there's no way I could see myself just dating one white girl. It's gonna definitely it can't be just like one white girl. It's gonna have to be like multiple for me because many of them are they're just too similar. They're just too similar. Educated Tyrone. So whenever a Becky says he did this to me, it's like being in GTA with 5 stars. Young Doka said copy and paste is nasty work. I'm still in there. Look, anybody that lived in the suburbs, that it's literally copy and paste. Even the outfits that they wear is like it's the same. Even I'm talking about the outfits that they wear. It's go to a Taylor Swift concert. Even if you go to one of these underground spots, same attire. And I'm not saying they not cute. I'm not saying they not cute. That's not. I'm just telling you, just the personality and what they are. It's not. They don't really stand out to me. They don't really stand out to me. That's why I always encourage if there's white women listening, you need to, especially I'll say in today's dating marketplace, you really need to put in work. Put in real work because technically white women are very replaceable. It's just that a lot of people just don't look at it that way. Only like the dudes that have hoes, the dudes that have hoes know what I'm talking about. White women are very replaceable. And I'm not saying black women aren't replaced. That's definitely not what I'm just saying they are. But since white women are the most approached, the most desired, if a white dude or if a dude stumbles across a quote unquote white baddie, he feels like he needs to do everything that he can to keep her, but she's actually very replaceable. That's why I will say in today's dating market, white women have to make themselves irreplaceable. So they really need to put real investment in with their man if they want to have staying power. Okay. Pyro, man, what's up, bro? Young Doka said people don't know that Asian women are the original divestors. Exactly. That's why really Asian men are the most red pilled or black pilled when it comes to their women. So if they see their women dating outside their race, they don't cry like white dudes and black dudes do when when their girls date out. And to a lesser extent, Hispanic dudes they won't take it that well. But it's basically white dudes, black dude. It's like white dudes first place when it comes to crying when when their women dates another race. Then second place, I'll say a close second, black dudes, particularly the pro black dudes, particularly the technically they're really the first place, but I'm gonna give them a pass. But it will be a close second when it comes to a men of their race crying about their women leaving for another race. Let me see. Pyro said, Chris, did you hear about the article RPM did about the I think I know what you're saying. Middle who was found battered, broken, and almost offline in Dubai. No, I didn't see that. No, I didn't see it. Not yet. It should pop up on my algorithm, but a lot of these guys, you got to understand, they're not going to be supported in the algorithm because of the things that they say. Young Doka said Asian woman would poison the whole village to get above average Brad, not even a 1% guy, just in that 30% or above, and she'll poison your white rice. Facts. That's why I'll say this. This is why I've come to that conclusion that I've underestimated the love that white men have for their women. Because if you're a white dude, you should not be quote unquote, you know, involuntarily celibate or virgin, right? It's impossible. All you got to do is just go to any Asian country and you could get a decent looking Asian chick and you could literally look like let me see if I can Google a picture of one of these guys. Hold on for a sec. Let me see if I search up skinny white incel. Let me see what image that will pop up. Let me see what image will pop up. Well, I feel like I'll be putting this dude up. Okay, you can look. I'll say this. You can literally hold on for a sec. I'm about to put somebody on blast, and I feel bad for doing this, kind of. But I need to make my point here. You could literally look like this guy right here. You can literally look like this guy right here. By bottom right. If you can look like this guy right here, you could go to Asia and get a 6. I'm talking about you can get a woman in Asia that's a 6. I'm talking about without the makeup is a 6. And I'm not even trying to hold up people's jock or anything. I'm just telling you the reality. Oh, I didn't even, my bad. I didn't even take, let me take, my bad. Hold on. You can literally be this guy right here. This guy right here that I'm showing you. My bad. Yeah, my bad on that. My bad. I got it now. You could be this guy right here and get a 6 in the Philippines or in Thailand. You could be this guy right here. You might think you're too skinny. You might think you don't have the chin or whatever. You might not think you're Chad or whatever, but you could literally go to Asia. India, you go to India, you can go to Philippines, you go to the what's it, the Micronesia Islands, one of these spots, and you could get maybe even get a 8 if you get lucky, but you can get a 6. Like the 6s here in America, white girls might be giving you a problem, but the 6s in Asia might not. So if you're a white dude and you claim involuntarily celibate, you're just being selfish. you're just being selfish, and you're just a person that just will. You're just a white incel in 2025 is just a white dude that refuses to date women of color. Right. That's basically the point that I'm making. Young Doka said skinny Jonah Hill could bag half of Asia without his money. Facts. And people talk like those guys, they don't even need money like that. They don't even need the money. But if men actually had that kind of an abundance mindset, type, when it comes to dealing with women in general, I think actually women would act right, because women only act right with dudes that have options. So when you even look at the dudes that went overseas, and now I'm starting to see videos. I don't know if you guys been noticing, but I've been seeing like I'm not saying IG model chicks. I'm talking about regular women that are decently attractive, that have a decent following. They probably wouldn't qualify as IG models, but y'all know those women I'm talking about. The regular women that are single, that have a decent following on IG, that have a platform. I be seeing now on their vacations, their vacation spots are now Thailand, Philippines, Colombia. They're targeting these specific spots that men usually go to. And I know what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to see what the competition is out there. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And it just proves to you, it shows you, when you're a man, take your business elsewhere. You don't trip over the bitches over here. They will follow you. They will follow you. But you trying to, stay here, work it out, and force women to like you here and all this stuff, force them to be religious, and that stuff doesn't work. You need to operate with a mindset of, I can get another bitch. When you're not desperate like that, they start getting insecure. But I don't know, but maybe it's just me. I've been noticing it'd be like those regular broads on IG that they're not models, but they have a great following and they're single. Now their vacation spots, it used to be Mexico, Tulum, and all these other like fancy. Now I'm seeing, oh, I'm vacationing in Thailand and I'm gonna be staying there for a little bit while, or Philippines or Colombia. I'm like, why are they going? Why are they going to these spots? These men go to these spots. Why are they going there? And then I remember hearing those reports from dudes talking about, yo, there are American women stalking us over here. And I used to be like, nah, nah. I used to like, I used to not buy those stories. I'd be like, nah, there's no way. And I'm seeing it now live in real time. Motherfucker look like he a programmer. That's what they're saying. Yeah. So yeah, basically the regular, that's what I'm trying to say. So Pyro's saying it perfectly. He's saying the regular woman I see on IG, they're going where a lot of the men are. So basically all the spots that men used to go to in secret or whatever, or the expats be at, where the spots where expats be at, that's the place. Those are the places now I'm seeing a lot of those quote unquote regular chicks. They're going there. I don't know. Like, I'm like, this is complete weirdo behavior to me, in my opinion. Like, this is just, they're just weird. But I already know why they're there. They're looking at the competition. They're trying to scope out the competition. Because I have no, there's no, they don't even like those places like that. Because they always want to brag about them being in Greece or in Spain. What's it, Mallorca in Spain? They want to, they want to go to what's these spots? Jamaica, right? That's what they. Now all of a sudden they want to be in the Philippines, in Thailand. I'm seeing. I'm like, why they want to be in Thailand all of a sudden? What's going on? They stalking these dudes, man. They're trying to scope out why they losing their guys to these women. They want, and then on top of that, they want to quote unquote bring, their feminism in their ways, like they're feminist evangelists. They want to quote unquote free the women over there from the bondages of patriarchy, right? But anyways, let's go to Jayden Daniels. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Jayden Daniels and his mother, right? Let's talk about Jayden Daniels and his mother. Right? So this is very interesting to me. This is very interesting to me. Okay.
Famous 24. It's when
Let's see here. Okay. Yep, I was here. No more trips to the Turks and Caicos. Joining to Thailand to scout the opposition. Yep. 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 No, yeah, no more Dubai trips. They all wanted to go to Dubai, not no more. You know what I mean? It's they don't want to. First of all, they don't want to go to Dubai no more because they be seeing like black hoes getting arrested over there for being loud. Yo, you guys remember that story? It was like a black female truck driver. They arrested her on the spot for being loud. Man, Dubai don't play that, man. Dubai don't play that. Anyways. So they said no more Dubai for us. But now they want to go to Thailand and the Philippines. Anyways. So anyways, we got Jayden Daniels right here. Recently, this was before Juju Watkins tore her knee up, unfortunately. But they were in stands together watching a game, and it kind of went viral because people were seeing the chemistry between Jayden Daniels and Juju Watkins, and the mom ended up breaking it up. So this is the video right here.
this right here is the cutest thing.
Y'all gotta check this out, man.
By the way, there's gonna be a guy talking in the background. That's not me. That's not me. Okay.
Out, man.
Jayden Daniels. Now, Juju's 19, famous 24. It's when she does the cute little touch of the ear.
Oh,
thing
shoot.
and smiles, and then wait for it later. His mom came out and
My face.
Mama, I realize that you have hands. I'm not here.
Mama ain't let nobody in close to JD5.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm saying the potential for the cutest little actress ever. Just let her open.
Oh man.
This right here is the cutest thing.
Y'all gotta check this out, man.
Jayden Daniels.
Now, like I said in the video when I made about this situation, I'm torn because yes, this is basically a what they call it, a son husband type thing going on. This is, and Jayden Daniels, like I said, the dudes in the comment section that say, yo, the mom's doing too much. I accept that coming from the dudes. I accept that coming from you guys. I accept that coming from the men, because as men, we're just like, yo, the mom, she got to back off. He needs to, you got to let him thrive. You got to let him make his mistakes, right? You got to let go at one point. That's, men, we always say you got to let your son go at one point, right? That's what dudes do, right? But the women that are saying that the mom are doing too much, I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. We are entering a new era now, because you see how when men have their daughters, all the player dudes and all the dudes that was screwing all the hoes, and then they ended up having daughters, and you know what the men did? They started panicking when their daughters started getting of age. So what ended up happening is dudes would tell their daughters everything about men. Everything. So they would always say the same thing. Oh, you can't trust these dudes out here. All they want is one thing, and blah, blah, blah. And men had said that so much to daughters for so long that daughters and women alike started really figuring out the cheat code. where basically they understood now they can get around basically any man that they want, because in that man's mind, there's always a possibility of sex. So women have taken advantage of knowing that part of the playbook. That's why they act any which way, right? Now, let's flip it. All women have been doing for these past decades, these past couple of decades, but especially of recent, finesse this. Get your bag, sis. Get your bag. Take his money. Blah, 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 blah. Get that money. Right? Listening to Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion this and all this. Now you have these women with sons, right? And now as their sons get of age, especially the sons that are accomplishing things in life, so you'll have the single moms that will have sons that are doing decent in life, or they're physically attractive to many women. And their mom is afraid of the son getting finessed by these other demons out here, because they all know that all the women are on that same kind of demon time. You know what I mean? So now we're entering a new age where the moms are now basically the dads, in terms of now the moms are giving now the moms are telling their sons, hey, just put all your finances put all your finances under my name. So if something doesn't work out, she won't take all your stuff. And now basically you have these sons that are now privy to the game that women play, where they're always going to be after if all the high earning men with very involved mothers in their lives. They already know that women are after them. They're it's not that they're after them, they're after their resources. And they're on the finesse and they're on the prowl. So we're now entering a new age where even a Juju Watkins, she's not exempt. She's not exempt. And people are going to say, oh, she has her own money in this and blah, blah, blah. She's not exempt. So this is basically now where we are now. This is where we are. Right? Let me see. So right here. So Young Doka says, I could see the mom doing this if it was Angel Reese, but Juju is of a higher caliber. Also, JD5 mom is still married. I wouldn't say son husband is more like she knows there's always going to be women. Now, in that video that I did, I told everybody, I was like, well, I know that Jayden Daniels' dad is in his life. It's just that the mom is up front. She's up front. And even with the son husband thing, that's still even if the man is not single mom raised, most of these moms, they know that these hoes are on demon time. They know it's out. They encourage it amongst each other. The same way how, like, the men would back in the day, they'd be like, oh man, we gotta, man, I'm trying to bag this chick, right? And then once they get older, then they realize the errors of the ways when they have a daughter. So now the moms are basically the women are basically now experiencing the consequences of that. So now that you mentioned that they're married, that's even worse. That's even worse, because that's how. So that actually Jayden Daniels' mom really has a great head on her shoulders, because remember, Jayden Daniels' mom is not just his mom, that's also his agent. So that's even worse for these hoes out here. That means these hoes have no shot. That means these hoes have no shot. Because I did know that Jayden Daniels' dad is in his life. I didn't know that they were still married. Now that I didn't know. So that means these hoes have no shot. And unfortunately, let me explain the Juju Watkins situation. She still falls under that category of these hoes. Now, you might not think so, and I understand why, because you're looking at the genetics. You're looking at the genetics part. I'm saying you got to understand. Juju Watkins is a bill. So watch this. Stay with me here. Juju Watkins is another bill. Juju Watkins does. People want to say that she has her own money. Yeah, not really. Not really. Angel Reese makes more than Juju Watkins, and she's in debt. She basically exposed herself. When remember Angel Reese made that video, she said, I'm living above my means. Right? Now, Juju Watkins might be different. Let's see. I don't know her family background, but when you're dealing with a Jayden Daniels type, just being good on the genetic side is not going to be enough. She's legit going to have to, like, the women now, they can't be on some I need you to help me out type ish. Nope, not anymore. Not anymore, especially when they're dealing with an athlete that has a very involved parent, mother, father, etc. That's not going to cut it. You're going to have to bring something tangible. Now, especially now that Juju Watkins tore her knee up, who's to say that she even plays basketball again? Now you're stuck with literally a depreciating asset. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to disrespect Juju Watkins, but especially now that she injured her knee, that's a depreciating asset. Let me see. Shadow Dog Law. Shadow Dog Law saw this says this just goes to show that women be having money. They just don't want to spend it on men, but they'll spend it to follow and chase them. This is true. This is true. Oh, you don't know if they're married, but but just to show, because at the end of the day, Jayden Daniels' mom is his agent. So, like, Jayden Daniels right now, if he keeps up the pace that he's at right now, once his rookie deal expires, he will basically be in line to be the most paid. He's going to be the highest paid player in NFL history if he's going to ink a deal that's going to make him temporarily the highest paid player in NFL history if he continues at the pace that he's at. And his rookie deal is already miles ahead. He has basically a 4-year 4-year $36 million type deal with a $24 million signing bonus. Like, his money is miles ahead of Juju Watkins. He'd be taking care of her. I always say, like, guys like Jayden Daniels or higher earning guys like that, I would just go the Cristiano Ronaldo route and go do surrogacy. That's what I would do. If I had that kind of money like that, or if I was that high earning and I came across this kind of information, like you guys on this channel or you guys on any other channel, whether it be Undead, Sandman, RPM, any of these people, right? For in my case, Iman 6'7", right? Yeah, especially Iman 6'7". If I came across their accounts and I was like a superstar athlete doing what I was doing, Juju Watkins would not even be in my radar. That's just, people are just looking at the genetics part of it. That's a bill, bro. That's a bill that he's gonna have to take care of. That's a bill. That's a bill. That's a bill. You know what I mean? So Young Doka said, I'm not even looking at the genetics. I just haven't seen her whole body. Damn near like I have Angel. That's why she's higher caliber. Well, like, you know, you might think so, but it's just like, is there really a difference between Juju and Angel? Yes, Juju's prettier than Angel, yes, but is there really a difference between them? We have, you know, is there really a difference between, because either way he's gonna have to take care of, like, say if Jayden Daniels was going out with Angel Reese, he would have to take care of her. The money's I say money's on purpose, right? The money's right. it's levels above them. It's just, it's the levels are crazy. But in a woman's mind, you know, I'm gonna show you the comments. All in the ladies' mind, all the young ladies' mind, they're equally yoked. In the ladies' minds, right? They're quote unquote equally yoked. But there's, you know what I mean, a woman's version of equal, right? It's different from a man's version of equal, right? And Jayden Daniels' mom understands whatever girl that he takes on is going to take his mind off of what he's been doing in the NFL. And so far, Jayden Daniels' mom has been doing a good job keeping him focused so far. Heisman winner in college, comes into the NFL, number 2 overall pick, number 3 overall pick. I think that he's the number 2 overall pick, right? Rookie of the year, has the best rookie QB season of all time, leading the Washington Commanders to the NFC Championship in his rookie year with not much to work with. With with really not that much to work with, and to lead that team to the NFC Championship is an accomplishment in and of itself, because he did better than Patrick Mahomes. He did a better job keeping the Commanders in the game versus the Eagles than Patrick Mahomes. That's another thing people fail to take, because remember, they were still within one score with the Eagles up even into the third quarter. But Patrick Mahomes, they got their back blown out by the Eagles. No homo. So the pace that Jayden Daniels is going on is at an historic pace. Like, his talent it's very clear to see. If you drop a woman in his life right now, he needs to be very selective on who he chooses at this very critical point in his life. Because remember, Lamar Jackson, has a similar situation where his mom is his agent and there's no girls. There's no girls involved. And I think there's something to that. I think there's something to that. These moms know that these hoes are just distractions and bills. Just lofty bills. And you just being a decent female college basketball athlete, that's not enough. You're going to have to bring something more tangible for him to take his focus off of football to take care of you. Right? Pyro said Chris says sorry, Pyro says, Chris, I keep seeing moms saying I'm saving my son from the red pill, but not from other women. But they end up trying to save their sons from other women eventually. Red pill right now is just the boogeyman for the normies. Like, so that's why they keep grouping the red pills and incel together, because they're just trying to demonize anything that challenges a feminine point of view. Anything that attacks the quote unquote divine feminine, it will be labeled incel and it will be demonized. That's what's going on right now. So I wouldn't even worry about that, because eventually they're gonna want to save their son from these hoes. They will eventually. Eventually. Not now, but eventually. Shadow Dog Law said, I know a star standout basketball player in high school. She had a couple of scholarships for college, but instead told to stay home and chase. She chose to stay home and chase and chase street dudes. Well, like women, they can afford to do something like that, right? So that's why people are looking at it. Oh, she's a star at USC basketball, and Jayden Daniels is a star. Nah, that's not. I don't think this is the move, but we shall see. Maybe she is as good as advertised. Maybe she is as good as advertised. Maybe, but Jayden Daniels' mom understands. Damn near most women, they're just extra bills to pay. It's an extra bill. It's an extra bill that she has to incorporate in the budget. No matter if you Juju Watkins, Angel Reese, same thing. Tomato is going to be an extra bill on his plate. So, and like I said, as men, we got to stop doing this. This is what we got to stop doing as men. We got to stop giving certain women passes just because they're pretty, right? So Juju Watkins, she's not exempt. She's just another bill. And Jayden Daniels' mom knows this. And that's why she because she already knew those rumors were going to start flying if they stayed together, talking together in the stands. Rumors were going to be flying. Jayden Daniels going to be in football camp. People going to be asking about Juju. Nah. We going to dead this situation right here. This is the long game, man. This is the long game. This is the long game, man. So you see how like Josh Allen, well, I don't want to bring him up, but because these female actresses don't really be getting money like that, but that's like a decent pairing. That's a decent pairing, but even still, then Josh Allen, his money is just way levels above her. Way like just levels. Um, and like I said, Juju Watkins, she's just people don't understand like her, because no matter what woman you choose, you're gonna have to take care of her. Especially if you're a guy making that kind of money, you're gonna be taking care of her regardless. You're gonna be the man, because the money that you're making is at that level. Like Juju Watkins relies on that endorsement money. Like she's living off that. She's living off the endorsement money, and that's not really what you're supposed to do. But she's living off that. Jayden Daniels, just off of his contract alone, his rookie deal, is already crazy money that he's making. And a $24 million bonus just off signing the contract. I mean, the levels, And and then let me show you why I try to tell I've been trying to tell you guys don't entertain that Juju Watkins, Jayden Daniels power couple type thing. Because let me show you something, man. Let me show you guys something. Jayden Daniels Shade Room. Let me see if I can find. Fudge. Let me see if I can find that post on the Shade Room when they showed that situation. Excuse me. Let me see. I don't know if I can find it. Because I remember just seeing the Shade Room, whatever. And what I found interesting. What this is what I found was basically it was all the young women with no kids, right? That were pro. They were pro Juju Watkins, right? And then it was all the women with sons that were like, nah, Jayden Daniels' mom is doing the right thing. I might have to scroll through the Shade Room crap. I might have to scroll through the Shade Room to find a video. Dang it. Oh man. I just want people to see the comments. Because it just shows you the delusion on how women kind of see themselves compared to their male counterparts, right? Let's see if I can find that. I'm probably not gonna be able to find it, but I'm gonna give it a hell of a try. I'm gonna give it a hell of a try. Okay, we got Just Hilarious. Nah, so it's down. I gotta keep scrolling. Gotta keep on scrolling. Okay, I see the LeBron James stuff that I'm gonna be covering later on. I gotta keep on scrolling. I see the LeBron James Pat McAfee part. I should have this stuff, man. I should have had that video saved, but I didn't feel like I needed to. Let's see. But it's about to come up. It's about to come up. Right here. So I found it. Here we go. Let's open this into a new tab. I just want you guys to pay attention to the comments, right? That's what I want people to pay attention to. Just the comments. Because people want to talk about equal partnership and all this. And once I saw these comments, I was like, you know what? I understand why Jayden Daniels' mom, she has to protect the bag. You got to protect the bag. You have to. So right here, I want you to see this comment right here. They said, "Mama hating. That girl got a bigger platform than her son." I want you to see this comment. This is the top comment, mind you, liked by 22,000 delusional people. They said, "Mama hating. That girl got a bigger platform than her son." She thinks that Juju Watkins has a bigger platform than Jayden Daniels, a female college basketball player. In her mind, has a bigger platform than Jayden Daniels, offensive rookie of the year, former Heisman winner, superstar QB in the NFL. She thinks that Juju Watkins has a bigger platform than him. This is why I'm trying to tell you guys, be careful with that stuff. Please be careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. Because that's like, because the more I was torn, because like I understood where Jayden Daniels' mom was coming from, but then I understood where like where you guys are coming from, right? Because as a man, you want to always be like, you gotta let him make his mistakes, right? But you know, Pyro says, if I'm going to take care of some chick, I'm definitely going to set some ground rules. Shout out to South Holland with the $2 super chat. Man, thank you, man. I got the music ready. I know I got this music ready.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
Shout out to South Holland with a $2 super chat in it, where he says, a woman is a bill is an absolute truth. That's something that I've just had to accept. And what you guys, you men, have to accept: a woman is a bill. I don't care how much money she makes, bro. Like, it's a bill. And yes, I know we're living in different times. I know a lot of guys where they work at, like, the post office, or they work at UPS, whatever, and then their woman is making a lot of money in corporate. But at the end of the day, the woman that you're going to be taking care of, the woman that you have in your life, you're even if she makes more money than you, you're going to want to feel the need to financially pour into her. You know what I mean? And it won't even feel like a bill, but it is a bill. It is a bill. He said 22,000 Delulu folks. He said a bigger platform than an NFL starting QB. Okay, but like you see, this is why I try to tell dudes, please be careful with that. Oh, Juju Watkins, nah, nah. You know what I mean? So right here, let me continue to scroll down. Let me scroll down. Because I want you guys to see these comments. Second comment, it says, the whole time Juju is the catch. Now, here you have the superstar QB, multimillionaire already, but Juju is the catch. Right? Right here. You see somebody here. He says he's 24. He's not a child. He's not a baby. Now, I agree with you, but here's my counter to you. Whoever you are, say yay 3 times. Anytime I see an older dude trying to go out with a 24-year-old woman, I be hearing the opposite. I be hearing she's a child, she's a baby at 24. So that's a whole other thing. So Charlene FX says, keep that same energy when them snow bunnies come after him in his NFL contract. So here she's trying to say that she wants her mom to be blocking the snow bunnies the same way that she's blocking Juju Watkins. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what this is really all about. This is not even really about love. They're just mad that Jayden Daniels' mom is blocking Juju Watkins from able to extract resources from Jayden Daniels. That's really what it's all about. We can try to make it cute. And this is a funny situation. It is. But this is what it's really all about. So this woman here, she wants Jayden Daniels' mom to do the same thing if white women come around. What does white women have to do with anything? Whoever is because according to the normies, Jayden Daniels' mom is blocking everybody. Right? So what would be the difference if a white woman came around? What would be the difference? So this shows you what this is really all about. They're mad at Jayden Daniels' mom, particularly the young woman, because she's privy to the game. And it doesn't matter if you're Juju Watkins with quote unquote her own money. She wants Jayden Daniels' money. Hence why they keep asking for we need equal pay and all this stuff. She's after her contract just as much as these other hoes are. If you're a man, like if you are a 24-year-old dude and you didn't meet no women in college, in high school, but I would say particularly in high school when you didn't really have no resources like that, and you haven't really met any girl yet, what girl after that isn't going to be after his resources? So the next woman that comes in Jayden Daniels' life, she's going to have to really be a person that's actually worth that risk. Is Juju Watkins worth the risk? I don't know. I don't think so. But like I said, we shall see. So right here, somebody says Juju got her own money and finna get drafted. Y'all just yapping. Well, they said the same thing about, Sierra Russell Wilson. They said, oh, Sierra has her own money. No, she doesn't. Sierra's broke. Russell Wilson got paper. And I like this comment right here. Somebody said how people parent their children is honestly none of our business. And I agree. So here you have a woman here who's an idiot. She goes, what exactly is she protecting against? She goes, what exactly is she protecting her son against? People like you, miss. And Juju Watkins is included. Somebody said, boy, moms at their finest. It's honestly creepy. He's 24 years old. He's grown. Find a new hobby than babysitting a grown man like they were having a damn conversation. And this is coming from a lady. Her name is called The Pretty Girl's Guide. Oh, Lord. Somebody said, this is a Tasha Mack Productions. Facts. I agree with that. This is very similar to the Tasha Mack storyline. Yes. I agree with that. But like I said, I don't want to hear no hosts complaining about this. You guys brought this upon yourselves. Pushing this finesse culture. Get your bag, sis, and all this nonsense. Meanwhile, once these ladies have a son, they're not going to let no woman around their high earning son because they already know what type of time most of these hoes are on. So I don't want to hear no hoes complaining. Now, when it's coming from you guys, I completely understand. Oh, shout out to South Holland. I missed this comment right here. He just, watch this. Look at South Holland's comment. He said, could you imagine the comments if he was sitting next to Caitlin Clark? So let's stop right there. If he was sitting next to Caitlin Clark and say if Jayden Daniels' mom interrupted them like she did with Juju Watkins, Jayden Daniels' mom would have been getting praised. It'll be all these people in the comment section. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never, and all this nonsense. These are facts. Yo, that's a great catch. That's a great catch. Jayden Daniels' mom did the same thing, or not just Caitlin Clark, any white female that was sitting next to Jayden Daniels, if she had did that to them, Jayden Daniels' mom would have been getting praise from black men and black women. And you know what? If that had happened, I would still agree with Jayden Daniels' mom, but then I would have brought up your point. I'll be like, if I'm like, if Caitlin Clark was black, would you guys be praising her like that? I don't know. That's what I would have done. Because I would have been looking at, I'm like, you guys are giving this a little bit too much praise. You know, that's just how I am by nature, though. Yep. South Holland also says the woman who asked what she's protecting him is straight broke, guaranteed. Yeah, like, no, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, I'm talking about dead broke. Yes, like, I agree with that. No money at all. Yep. Yes. Pyro saying they're mad because they can't take everything that he's worth. That's really what it is. That's all. That's really what it is. It's always about resources. You'll have black women talking crazy about ninjas on Twitter all year up until draft night, and then it'll be draft night, and it'll be these ninjas. It'll be a lot of ninjas out there with a different race of women on their arm, and then all of a sudden they want to talk about generational wealth and and all this nonsense, even though they just spent the whole year talking crazy about ninjas. I'm talking like saying, like, wishing death upon black boys and all this stuff, and they think these things don't have no consequences. Like, but this is what women really do in general. Like, this is what women do in general. Like, I remember I always give you guys the example when I made that mistake when I joined a feminist panel to argue a point, right? When we were talking about Jovi Pena and the Kai Cenat situation, and they were talking about, like, I forgot specifically what brought this up, but I had given them I volunteered my measurements. I told them, oh yeah, I'm like 5'7", 145, 150 tops. Now it's a little bit different now. Now I'm like now I'm 160. Now I'm 160. But at that time I was like, yeah, 5'7", 145 tops. I told them my measurements on purpose because I knew they was gonna go crazy in the comments. I knew I'm sorry, not in the comments. I knew they was gonna go crazy on me, right? And then after taking all these shots at me, they're like, that's why it's like you short kings be trying to protect Tory Lanez and all this stuff. I was like, no, I'm just speaking the facts. But I let them have their moment because I didn't take offense to it. But literally, this is the crazy part about it. 30 seconds later. You know what happened 30 seconds later? They start talking about, why aren't you protecting black women and all this stuff? What are you doing to protect? I'm like, you just said you guys were calling me weak, too short, and all this stuff. Now you want me to protect you from Vikings and all and white people? What are you guys talking about? This is what women do. This is what women do. I'm talking about straight clown you, particularly black women, straight clown you, and then ask you to protect them 30 seconds later. I was like, what? Homie, I was floored. And they couldn't even see the insanity of what they had just did. I was floored. I was absolutely floored. You're not gonna do this and blah blah blah. What are you not? You're not protecting your daughters. And I'm like, what protection? I thought I was too small. What are you talking about right now? But this is what particularly young women, they've had no training really in general on how to really interact with men, how to talk to men, particularly black women. They're that's why I always say a lot of black women they're cooked. So they have no idea. Like this is a delicate balance, when interacting with different type of people. It's a very delicate balance. You have to be careful when speaking to certain men because they're literally gonna need them. Like in I'm talking about like a woman can be talking all types of greasy stuff. Something's gonna happen. They're gonna ask you. You need to put your life on the line right now. Like right then and there. This has happened to me. Even I remember this happened to me when I was in middle school. So this is really the life of a man. But I was floored. I was floored when that happened to me. Let's see. We might have to switch to the LeBron stuff. Let's see if I can switch to the LeBron stuff real quick. Because I was also floored on Stephen A. Smith and the stuff he was saying. I was floored. I was floored. Pause. Okay, apparently, I'm getting news now that the Lakers beat the Grizzlies today. Okay. 134 to 127. Okay. And then they lost to the Bulls the other night. Where LeBron passed, he literally passed it to the other team. Major choke job. Let's see if I can bring up. Let me see if I can switch gears. Let me switch gears to LeBron real quick. Switch to overlay. And I when it comes to speaking on basketball, I always try to tell people, look, basketball isn't my first sport. So please be patient with me. But I've also in public, I don't bring up basketball because it's too many people get emotional about this stuff. That's why I rather talk about like football or baseball or anything other than basketball. Because as soon as I'll mention certain people, like I remember when I was younger, I would mention Isaiah Thomas, and all these OGs would literally cry a tissy fit when I bring up Isaiah Thomas, or if I bring up the Detroit Pistons, right? So it's kind of hard for me to talk or openly discuss basketball because too many men they get in their feelings. Like you'll give a player. You'll try to give a player credit and you glazing him. And it'll be like a player that you don't even like, and you're just trying to give them their credit. you'll see somebody, man, you're glazing him. There's only like, I will tell you guys though, personally, the only basketball players is not necessarily who I think is the GOAT. I don't even care about that. I only respect a few people historically when it comes to the NBA, and that's Allen Iverson, Isaiah Thomas from the Detroit Pistons, Kyrie Irving, and I'm probably missing some. Oh yeah, and Kawhi Leonard, who's my favorite player, Kawhi Leonard. And the reasons why I like them is kind of outside of basketball. The reason why I love Kawhi Leonard is he's proving in real time you don't really need all these agents to get the deals that you want. You don't really need to be making friends with people in the media to be able to control your story. You really don't need these type of people. That's why I like these guys. That's why I like Kawhi Leonard. Like, you can get a lot done without having to talk. You know, Kyrie Irving is the only person I deem a man in the NBA. He stood on business when everybody else folded. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? And then I'll say, and then obviously with Allen Iverson lived rent free in a lot of people's heads for all the wrong reasons. That's why I love Allen Iverson. He was very impactful to the culture, to the basketball culture, to really a lot of people in general. You know, people just don't give him his credit for that. And then Isaiah Thomas, who I refer to him as the baddest man of the 80s. So let's see if I can bring up Stephen A. Snitch, aka Stephen A. Smith. That's the nickname that Ticket TV had given Stephen A. Smith a long time ago. Let me just put this in the background in the meantime while I search. Let me hit these comments real quick. Yeah, it's facts. So Educated Tyrone says talking football is way better experience on average than talking basketball. Yes, I 100% agree. And with football, I'm able to say an opinion without it being a freaking World War Three about to pop off. And maybe it's easy. I'll say it's easier for me in football to give certain people credit without it being a war breaking out, right? It's almost shout out. Educated Tyrone said it's almost like arguing politics or religion. Facts. I don't bring up religion, politics, or basketball. that's my rules. Everything else is in bounds. So Educated Tyrone says some dude literally has a channel called Michael Jordan fans are the Michael Jordan. Wait, called Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time. Wait, so is the channel called Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time? Is that what the channel is called? Oh, okay. So yeah, he just streams about, man, I'll say this. MJ got the funniest stories about him gambling. MJ got the funniest stories from like the people that watched him when he was in Chicago. Michael Jordan got the funniest stories, man. Easily one of the funniest stories I've ever heard from an athlete. And I say this, I feel bad for Jordan in this sense. Scottie Pippen is a hoe. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about when I mention Scottie Pippen. This stuff that Scottie Pippen has been doing, slick talking MJ, bigging up LeBron to bring down MJ. And meanwhile, MJ he's only said positive things about Scottie Pippen. I've never heard him say a negative word about Scottie Pippen. But Scottie Pippen, I just think he feels the way because he's always known as the Robin and Jordan is known as the Batman. And for some reason, Scottie Pippen can't accept that. But what can I do? Because when unfortunately, there's just certain people in life, they don't know their roles and they just can't accept the role that they were given. Educated Tyrone says Zeke and Joe Dumars is one of the most underrated guard duos. Facts. And what people don't understand too, the Detroit Pistons were a very high scoring team. They was running with a 3-guard set. It was one of the first teams out here playing with 3 guards regularly playing with 3 guards on the court. They were a high scoring team, but anytime they show the Detroit Pistons, this is what they do. They always show the Detroit Pistons in the playoffs knocking the hell out of somebody. So people just only know the Detroit Pistons as the team that will hurt people. but that's how propaganda works. He said that was his channel name. He may have changed it though. I will say this though, when it comes to like, does he talk crap about Michael Jordan, or does he talk crap about the Michael Jordan fans? Because that's different. Because I have nothing, in my opinion, I don't have nothing bad to say about Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan is the perfect basketball player, in my opinion. When I look at him physically, and what he brought to the table, his impact on the game. And when you really look at his contracts, he's been underpaid. The NBA, he technically should be the logo for the NBA, but I guess he has his own shoe brand for that. Like, when it comes to the Michael Jordan fans, that's a different discussion. That I agree. The Michael Jordan fans can they tend to take things too far, right? Yeah. The Michael Jordan stories of him gambling and drinking during the playoff series and winning. Like, I love the story where I think he had played the Washington Bullets in the first round. I think it was Washington. I think it was the Washington Bullets. Chris Webber was on that team, and I love that story where he put like it's the first round of the playoffs. He pulls up in his fancy sports car to the front of the hotel where the team was waiting for his opposing team, the opposing team was waiting to go inside, and he pulls up to them and he's like, "Yo, who's checking me?" And everybody on the Washington Bullets pointed to to their own shooting guard. They just snitched on their own teammate on the spot. That was one of the funniest stories I ever heard in my life about Michael Jordan. The gambling stories are hilarious though. Like, Corey Holcomb has said that Michael Jordan had he would face Antoine Walker and them and those people in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. And no, sorry, this was in the 90s, I think. No, this was in the 90s. And if Jordan beat you, you didn't pay him with money. You had to give him flowers. Where my flowers, bitch? That's one of the funniest. That's one of the funniest stories I've ever heard as well. That came from Corey Hogan. He said that he would that basically if Jordan beats you in the gym, in open court play, in pickup, you don't pay him with money. You pay him with flowers. That's cold blooded as hell. You say so the channel said he talks bad about Jordan himself on the court and he attacks the fans themselves. Okay. He said he lets Jordan fans call into debate too. This is the thing, like, is with the Michael Jordan fans. What I don't like about the Michael Jordan fans is this: they will praise the mentality that Michael Jordan has, or the stuff that he will say. Same with Kobe Bryant. They would dismiss Kobe being a dick to his people just because he acts like Michael Jordan. And when it comes to Isaiah Thomas, who has the same exact mentality, like, apparently Isaiah Thomas is a villain, but he has the exact same mentality as Michael Jordan and everybody else. It's just that I guess to the Michael Jordan standboys, Isaiah Thomas was just supposed to bow down to, Michael Jordan and just let him have his way. Pause. I don't agree with that. And then on top of that, this is the thing too. People will get mad at me for defending a LeBron right? Defending, say, a Giannis Antetokounmpo, a Luka Doncic, and I would tell people you should be happy these guys are relatively nice guys, right? Because when it comes to pickup soccer, right? When I'm playing my sport, my personality is way more like MJ and Kobe than it is LeBron, right? People that know me personally can attest to that. And I've noticed it makes people uncomfortable, you know. But they praise Michael Jordan for having that same mentality. But then when I do the same thing, or people that I know that have that same mentality, or they come across an opponent with that same mentality, they get a little bit uncomfortable. You know what I mean? They take it personal. Like I remember there was this one guy that I was playing against, mind you, a guy that I was playing against, right? And he's an aggressive type player. I could already tell he's an aggressive type player. People were trying to start rumors on him, trying to get him kicked out. I'm like, and I had to be the one to be like, nah, he's just aggressive. He's a consistently aggressive player. Trust me. Actually he seems like a decent guy. You gotta get to know him. Now, mind you, now everybody is his friend now. Meanwhile, I don't even have his number or anything because I don't even know the guy personally like that. But I was like, nah, he's straight. He's just an aggressive player. So most people can't. They swear that they have Mamba mentality, but they don't. And that's really my problem with the normies, with their love for Michael Jordan, but then they hate Isaiah Thomas. To me, that's not fair. To me, that's not fair, right? To me, that's not fair. Or they're I've been in, especially, you know, playing pickup in New York recently, um, or joining some teams. I remember I joined a team in New York, whatever. But there are people that they just it'll be like the game will start, or they're down 2-0 or 3-0, and these people will give up, and then I got to be the one to bring him back 3-3, make it, or 3-1, 3-2. But these people, I'm talking about, these people will give up after getting down 2 goals, and I got to be the guy. I'm like, hey, come on. I'm like, we only down 3, or we only down 2, or whatever. I'm like, this is pickup. We could get back 3-3 just like this. But I'll say this, most people, they like to claim Jordan as their inspiration, and Kobe mentality as their inspiration, but their actions, in life, they don't prove it. And I always tell people, you should be lucky guys like LeBron, Doncic, who else? Giannis Antetokounmpo. You should be lucky that these players they don't got the Tom Brady mentality or the Michael Jordan mentality, or these guys would be straight bullies and you guys would not like them if Cam Newton was really the villain that they swore he was. I'm like, you guys should be lucky these guys are on the softer side, because these guys, with physically, the damage that they can put on you, pause, right? Just off of their physical attributes, you should be lucky they're not on no Michael Jordan type ish. That's what I would tell people. But yeah, the same people that claim Jordan as their GOAT, but they persecute Isaiah Thomas for having the same mentality, that has always rubbed me the wrong way. But that's just me. That's just me. What in the hell? I'm seeing all types of crazy stuff on the Shade Room right now. Oh my goodness. But anyways, let's bring up the Stephen A. Smith debacle. And the reason why I was siding with LeBron over Stephen A. Smith is not necessarily because I think LeBron's a good person or all that stuff. I just think Stephen A. Smith is that much of a bigger clown in general. And I was shocked that when Manosphere Highlights Daily dropped the video on the Stephen A. Smith LeBron James situation, I was surprised that most people took Stephen A. Smith's side. I was shocked. I was shocked on that because to me it was clear the reason why LeBron's doing all this stuff is because he felt like people were taking unnecessary pot shots at LeBron's son, and they're really doing that just so they can stab at LeBron. But he says don't. But basically, in his mind, he says stop. Don't use my son as a way to get at me, because at the end of the day, my son is still getting those. It's like the that stuff that you're saying about my son is still affecting my son's mental, is still affecting my son's stock on the team, all of that, you know. So right here, recently, Stephen A. Smith been going crazy, right? So since now that they have a beef, Stephen A. Smith and LeBron have a beef. Now it's out in the open now. They beefing. Since that's now out in the open, they're just going, you know, Stephen A. Smith, he's just going no holds barred, whatever that term means, right? So to make a point recently, Stephen A. Smith had lied about LeBron not attending Kobe's memorial, which was very low from Stephen A. But let me show you right here.
Be happy with the things that I haven't brought up. I never brought up really and never really discussed why you were not at Kobe Bryant's memorial service. I never really brought up or discussed why you did not attend Dwayne Wade's Hall of Fame induction.
Remember, people were blowing up my phone since the first segment of the show when I talked about him at the memorial service, okay? I didn't mean to say he wasn't in the building. I was told he was in the building. You understand? But we saw a whole bunch of players out there. We didn't see him. Why? I'll let him answer that one day if he so chooses.
Suggest that he...
No, Stephen A., you insinuated that he didn't attend. And with a little bit of research, at that time when LeBron had attended the Kobe Memorial, he requested that the cameras not be on him. Now, I thought this was common knowledge already, but I remember at the time the Kobe Memorial thing the Kobe Memorial had happened, and there are people like, yo, where's LeBron? Why is he not there? I was like, nigga, this is Kobe's memorial. Y'all niggas is too worried about when LeBron takes a piss, when he decides to pass gas. I'm like, y'all are obsessed with this ninja. And I remember at the time, like, I was even like on Ticket TV's live chat or whatever, or wherever. I was like, guys, he probably requested the cameras not be on him because this is Kobe's memorial. And you already know what these camera people are paid to do. They're looking for the most famous people to put to put the camera on them to see if they're gonna cry or not, and then they're gonna use that. And LeBron wanted no parts of that because this is Kobe's memorial. Like, this is one of the biggest superstars in NFL history with this might be the most tragic passing in NBA history. but we still worried about where LeBron at. I wasn't even worried, but it was people all up in the comments section worried about where LeBron, where he at. I was like, he probably didn't request it. He probably requested that the cameras not be on him. South Holland said Jordan's a functioning alcoholic. Facts. Anytime I see Jordan, his eyes are shot. Oh, yeah, I'm about to get to that too, Shadow Dog Law. So right here, he says Stephen A. Smith is saying he would have swung on LeBron if he would have tried. It's crazy. Like you would have get the chance to swing back on LeBron. And like I said, I've also had my suspicions on, LeBron doing certain things at Diddy's parties, et cetera, et cetera. But even if all of that is true, Stephen A. Smith, stop it. You're not finna swing on LeBron James. Stop it, man. Stop it. Please. Oh, by the way, do any of you guys follow Kwame Brown's podcast? Kwame Brown is one of the funniest people on YouTube, dog. I don't know if you guys know Kwame Brown, the former number 1 overall pick in the NBA. He used to be like he's known as like one of the biggest busts in NBA history. But Kwame Brown, his podcast is like to me in 2021, I think he had a legit. I think in 2021, Kwame Brown had a generational run in 2021 in the podcast game, in my opinion. Because I didn't know Kwame Brown had a podcast. Let me hear this guy. As soon as I heard him talk, I hit subscribe. Automatically, I hit subscribe. Yeah, bus life. That's Kwame Brown bus life. This dude is one of the funniest people on YouTube. Just naturally funny. That's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to. Anytime I got a chance to. I remember even like my one of my siblings, I put him on with that. Like this man is awesome. Kwame Brown is awesome. Anyways, he was making fun of that Stephen A. Smith situation with him saying that he would have swung on LeBron if LeBron put his hands on him. First of all, LeBron was never gonna put his hands on you. That was never gonna happen. But Kwame Brown started calling Stephen A. Smith Big Steve. Big Steve. He was trolling Stephen A. Smith big time with that one. But by the way, any of you guys have the chance, please subscribe to Kwame Brown's YouTube channel. Awesome. But right now, Stephen A. Smith, he's spiraling. Somebody needs to get a hold of Stephen A. and be like, yo, chill. So right here, he gets caught lying about LeBron not attending Kobe's memorial. So that's already strike one. So now here you have him recanting his statements. He goes, "My apologies and clarification. I misspoke in hour number 1 of First Take today when I insinuated." He means to say insinuated that LeBron did not attend Kobe Bryant's memorial. I corrected myself in hour number 2 when I acknowledged he was indeed in attendance. No, you didn't really apologize. You said in hour number 1 that he wasn't there. He said, "My mistake, should not have even broached that subject. It was not my main point. I retract nothing else that I said. Have a nice day." This dude is spiraling out of control. I don't even know why he even brought that up. Why he even brought that up? Because you're trying to make LeBron look like some kind of like evil villain by saying something like that. That's crazy work. Why even bring something like that up? And we already been through it that he was there. He just didn't want the cameras being on him. But you know, because I remember at that time when people were making a big deal, I'm like he was there. It's just I'm pretty sure he requested that the cameras not be on him. This is kind of how, and I don't know how people can twist that into a negative, but you know, right here. Then here you have another video of Stephen A. Smith talking greasy about LeBron James right here. Play it real quick. We'll open that up. Fair use, by the way, fair use.
James went on national television yesterday and lied. He said that I have no problem with you talking about the game. What did I say about Bronny James other than at the time he wasn't ready? That was it. I said nothing else. So if that's the issue, and I pointed to LeBron James and the fact that you've circumvented a meritocracy just to get your wish at the expense of the credibility of the league in a lot of people's eyes.
Fair use, by the way, fair use.
That's talking about you. That's not talking about your son. And then he goes about the business of taking it a step further. First of all, let's understand something to the viewing public in America and beyond. This was planned. Rich Paul was on Pat McAfee's show about 10 days earlier, whatever. Rich Paul, for everybody that knows, is the man, the founder of Clutch Sports. He's a
I don't know why people had problems with LeBron James specifically going on the Pat McAfee show. It was just it's clearly that was a chess move to slight First Take and bring the traffic to Pat McAfee's show. And then on top of that, the location and the timing of it was very convenient. So it's just basically a convenience of location and a perfect time to take a swipe at Stephen A. Smith and reroute the traffic to that would be focused on watching First Take and rerouting the traffic to Pat McAfee. That's all that was, but you know, people took it as something else.
strategic thinker. He didn't go there by accident. You're there talking with Pat McAfee, and the next thing you know, within 2 weeks, after obviously a negotiation took place, LeBron James is on it. LeBron James went on national television.
And by the way,
I know that the man I am today is not the man that I was a decade ago, physically or beyond. I can tell you that.
And hold on with this. Because there was a lot of people saying, why he ain't pull up on Skip Bayless? I'm like, Skip Bayless has never talked bad about LeBron's parenting. Everything Skip has hated on LeBron on, or talked about LeBron on, or critiqued LeBron on, was basketball related. Skip has gone out of his way to make sure that because anything that LeBron does off the court, Skip will go out of his way to praise it. Whether him being a father, him doing his schools, whatever, the charity work. Skip Bayless is a crafty troll. He knows what he's doing. And I don't, it's particularly is a lot of black people just like, hey, why you pull up none of the white people. I'm like, Skip Bayless has never talked. He's never questioned his parenting. You know what I mean? And Skip Bayless is smart enough to make sure he's not on no front row seats at no NBA game. Because people act like Skip Bayless, like it's only LeBron that has beef with Skip Bayless. There's a lot of people that want to run up on Skip Bayless. A lot of people just off GP. That's why Skip Bayless be in hiding in the public eye. He don't put himself in the front row like that. He knows better. He knows better.
That. So we get that out the way. Why do I bring that up? Because that's how petty you've become. You're LeBron James. You that butthurt over the things that I'm saying, that you would post that video. When has LeBron James ever done something like that? But suddenly you're doing that as it pertains to me. This man is in his feelings. I wonder why. Could it be because I don't believe you're the GOAT? Because I'll never.
So he's talking about, look, because LeBron had posted on his page Stephen A. Smith trying to box. Right? So Stephen A. Smith believes that LeBron's been at him now because, and the beef that they have is because he doesn't consider him the GOAT. But that, and I will say that's half true. I will say that is half true. But to LeBron's defense, LeBron has a lot of people that's in his inner circle that doesn't think he's the GOAT as well. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like 50-50 on that. He probably thought that you were his fan, which I always said that Stephen A. Smith has never been a LeBron fan. But because he was on a show with Skip Bayless, people just assumed that he was a LeBron fan, right?
Ever believe you're the GOAT? Because I have you number 2 at all times. Do I have to have ESPN and First Take put up the ticker tape right now and say, yo, could you put that up there, please? Great father, great husband, great philanthropist, great business.
That part I find funny from Stephen A. Smith. I'm not going to lie.
Man, great director, great producer, great host, great basketball player, great leader. I mean, my God, I have done everything but put diapers and a bib on this brother. I know that the man I am today.
The disclaimer,
I suggest
remember
that he be happy with the things that I haven't brought up. I never brought up.
So then this is where we get back to the nonsense, right? This is when we get back to the nonsense. But let's see if I can bring up that video where he said if LeBron had put his hands on him, I would have swung. That's crazy work. Yeah, this is the video right here. I couldn't believe Stephen A. Smith that said that. Like, what are you talking about? If you put your hand, you would have swung on him. What? Why would you even say something like that? That was weird. That was very weird. Yeah, let me bring up this video right here. Fair use, by the way, fair use.
Done something. What do y'all want me to do? You want me to act? You want this to be a reincarnation of Chris Rock and Will Smith? And let me state for the record that while we bring up that, let me assure you, it wouldn't have gone down like that. I would have gotten my kick because had that man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately. That I'm not going to tolerate.
So he tries to bring up the Will Smith, Chris Rock situation, which are, first of all, these are two completely different situations. Two completely different situations. Like, to me, I think LeBron had the right to run up on Stephen A. Smith for talking greasy. And then with the Will Smith, Chris Rock situation, Will Smith was laughing at Chris Rock's joke. And it wasn't until Jada Pinkett gave him gave Will Smith the stink eye. It's almost like she had like a remote control on Will Smith, and then he turned into the Terminator and walked up on Chris Rock. Those are like two completely different situations. I don't know why Stephen A. Smith tried to bring that up, and even insinuating something like that. That's bruh. Like, really? Come on, man.
From being fair and calling it like I see it. We ain't exchanging Christmas gifts. We ain't having Thanksgiving dinner together. What you bring your son up in there for? What you bring your family up in there before? You gonna go on Pat McAfee show, talk about you gonna protect your house. What you talking about? Your son ain't at the house. He's at crypto.com arena. We ain't covering him in Brentwood. We covering him in downtown LA at the crypto.com arena. Where you put him. From being fair.
And also remember, Stephen A. Smith himself admitted that he didn't do much research on Bronny James when he was in high school or college. Remember when he said that? Remember I showed you when he said that.
Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit.
I gotta put that LeBron James laugh as a soundbite. He hit the public with the Kawhi Leonard laugh right there.
That feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh yeah, yeah, we're watching it. We're all.
Oh yeah,
we're all. You're seeing it as well.
He literally. It started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it, but
that's cap. Yeah, we all know that was cap.
Video came out. I feel the need to address it.
You would talk about it.
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you can address it, it's your ass. Like seriously, it's and like another. He completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job to criticize.
Which leads obviously to you.
Okay, next clip.
Or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players, and I think a lot of the media, including him, and I know he's gonna be happy as hell. He's gonna be smiling from ear to ear when he hears me talking about it.
Okay. But let me also say this though. Let me also put this out here. Because what LeBron James is doing right now, because I think he has a feeling that he's going to be retiring very, very soon. I also feel like, and this it's rare when I'm saying I feel like, but LeBron James' freedom on him just openly just going ham on media members, him just dissing people, going on the Pat McAfee show. It is reminding me of, remember when like TD Jakes started like saying like some pro man stuff last year before the Diddy allegations came out? This is kind of what it's reminding me of. It's like LeBron James is just basically letting loose before certain things are will come out about him. This is kind of what this is reminding me of, like the freedom that LeBron James has been talking with lately. It's reminding me of how TD Jakes was like, remember when he was like saying a lot of things that was like pro father and how women shouldn't have, like where he's like women shouldn't really have a say on what a father does with his kids and blah blah blah. And remember when TD Jakes was he was losing people. Like they were showing people like in the next services to come, pause, it was a lot of empty seats at the Potter House after he said what he said, right? And people had accredited to, TD Jakes was listening to Kevin Samuels or whatever. But I kind of found it suspicious that TD Jakes was saying all these things that were pro man, because I was like, maybe some things are about to come out about him, and he's just like finally letting loose. So this is kind of what this reminds me of right here.
My God, he's gonna get home and grab some ice cream out of the freezer and sit in his chair and his tidy whities on the couch.
I hope at some point you two do get a chance. But you're right.
Dude, like relax, bro. Like relax. Like seriously. Or to, be in a position where.
And you know who I also felt bad for? I felt bad for Brian Windhorst. He was just like, who is this guy? This guy's been on my jock for years. He's been right. He's like, this dude been riding off my fame for years, acting like he's my friend. just like LeBron was just sending shots at everybody, bro. Everybody. So that I found that interesting. But yeah, this is what that's basically my take. I think something's gonna come out on LeBron. I think him just letting loose on the media, which is a very dangerous thing to do, right? It just reminded me of TD Jakes when he was finally feeling free on and feeling and saying what he always wanted to say instead of pandering. That's kind of what's remind this is what this reminds me of right now. Anywho, let's finish off today with a video. See if I can bring it up. Oh, is it this one right here or oh yeah, this is this one. Yeah, this one right here. I don't understand women making videos like this because now everything that we say here, I'll say that the difference between particularly American men and American women, when men are saying foul things or things that shouldn't be said in public, they make sure they hide it. They make sure people don't figure out that they said it or whatever. But women will say things that are out of pocket and they don't even realize what they're saying is out of pocket, right? So right here, I want to show you this clip from a page called Ladies First, right? And even them, they don't even realize what these ladies are saying is out of pocket. So these ladies are going to complain about their husbands wanting to be sexually intimate with them. So this is very interesting to hear.
Ever not want to cuddle because you know that's what's gonna
Oh,
happen?
all the time. I'll play dead. He's like cuddling, and I just lay
know,
there,
'cause I-
and he's like, "Geez," and I'm like, "Well, no, because then you're gonna take it as a green light, and no, it's not
It's
a
like
green
frustrating because I don't mind a cuddle. Like he'll rub my back and I like that part, but I'm not always ready for the whole thing.
I have to be very clear with the signals I'm giving. I'm not trying to give the wrong signal. Sometimes I feel like if I cuddle, or sometimes if my feet are cold, I'll put them on him. He thinks it's the go, and I'm like, no, I have cold feet. So I have to say, hey, can you get my heating pad? Because then I'm by myself, you know? If I'm rubbing up on him, then he thinks that it's like the green light.
Do you ever not want to cuddle because you know that's what's gonna
Oh,
happen?
all the time.
This is why I always say when it comes to men cheating, it's not, there needs to be context behind it. It's not, oh, he cheated. No. Most times they're in a situation where their women don't want to put out. But I always say that's basically unfair because if the woman's not putting out and then he decides to get sex elsewhere, is that really cheating? You know? And then on top of that, I always say it like this. You'll ask a woman, okay, how in your marriage, how important is sex? How important is physical intimacy in your marriage? And they will say, oh, it shouldn't be number one. It's not that important. I'm like, okay, so are you okay with him getting the sex from somewhere else? But no, he's not allowed to do that. Well, you said that's not important in your marriage. Now, if you ask the man how important is physical intimacy and without the wrath of his wife, he'll tell you it's probably number one. And first of all, most men, they marry so they can be the only one doing that to their wife. That's one of the main reasons why men marry in the first place. So it showed that automatically is showing you that when it comes to cheating and all this stuff, we got to look, these things are without context. If we're just going to blame a man for doing something like stepping out, we got to get the context on why he stepped out. And here you have women being mad that the men that they're married to, they're mad that the men that they're married to wants to be physically intimate with them. It's interesting, right? It's very interesting because we already know if they step out, you're gonna be mad at him, but you're mad at him for wanting to be intimate with you. Like today's men, what what they do is they get frustrated with their woman or wife that they have to like quote unquote work to get points to be physically intimate with wife. Where back then the men they would just cheat. They wouldn't force their girl to do certain things. They would just cheat or they'll just make another family. You know what I mean? But it gave them more leverage in the past. You know, it is what it is. And if you ask the ladies, what kind of men do you respect? The men of today or the men of the past? And most of them will say the men of the past. And no, guys, so because I saw the comment right here. There's a comment right here that says 4 and 5s acting above their pay grade, but it's women like this that are causing most of the issues in most marriages. So this is the reality. And they're not lying. They're not lying about their situation. And first of all, they're believe it or not, both of these broads, they're probably cheating. Most likely. You know? Wait, hold on. When I'm looking at their shirts right now, Elevation Worship. Is that are these Christian ladies? Hold on for a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Elevation. I think their shirt says Elevation Worship, if I'm not mistaken. Elevation. Yeah, this is let me look at the mic. I think it says they're do they have their jerking around podcast, and then she has an Elevation Worship t-shirt. So these are oh wow, they deleted their page, bro. They deleted they got so much slack for what they said. They deleted their page. You can't make this stuff up, man. They got because at the end of, if you're making content like this and saying these kind of things, you can't even be mad at certain men if they do what they do. You know what I mean? Hold on for a sec. Yo, they deleted their page. They deleted their page. Yep. They they deleted their page. The Jerking Around podcast. They deleted their page. That's crazy work. Let me do one more search. Jerking Around podcasts. Yeah, they deleted their page. I can't find nothing on them. Can't find nothing on them. They deleted their page. They got a lot of slack because it was it was men and women in the comments section saying like you guys are in the wrong. Clearly, right? Yeah, you even have women in the comment section saying this mentality is just gross. And then also what people got to understand, there's a lot of women, particularly women that end up marrying later in life. So women in their late 30s, early 30s, whatever, and late 20s, but mostly early 30s, late 30s, they're the men that they marry are not dudes that they're attracted to. So anytime that they even have to sleep with their man, it's like it's a loss in their column, but they need that man, you know, financially. So this is also why people talk about the rise of sexless marriages, or you'll even hear stories on, you know, women like wives forcing their husbands to wear condoms and stuff. That shit is crazy when I found that out. So these are the, this is I'll say this is the average situation in my opinion. This is the average situation. This is the average situation. Oh yeah, and plus, I bet you these are the same quote unquote Christian women that you see here talking about. Pornography. Pornography is so bad. I'm like, I kept trying to tell people, pornography is saving marriages because I know there are many women like this. I know there's many women like this, many keeping men very sexually frustrated and unsatisfied, and then they're just shocked when the guy leaves them for the secretary, whatever. Like, you brought this upon yourself. But that's a whole nother story for another day. Whole nother story for another day. Pyro says because these women already run their course, so when they hit the wall, they have to settle for less. Exactly. So once they run their course, because in their mind they have to settle for less, quote unquote, but they still need that guy, even though they're just completely disgusted by that guy. They won't admit it, but they're completely disgusted. And also, I've been seeing like stuff on Reddit where guys, I'm talking about, they will marry the woman, and I'm talking about they didn't even have sex before the marriage, and then even after the marriage, they have like sex like once a month or something crazy. Like they're because basically they came into the situation where they're like, okay, let's wait for until marriage, and they accept those terms, and then even after marriage, rarely any sex. I'm like, you got scammed, bro. that's a you got scammed. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of dudes that end up in situations like this, especially in today's age. Especially you got women marrying later on, and now also the parameters and all these anandums that women put on the men that they quote unquote want to marry is gonna run most real men away, and the only men that will accept these guidelines are neutered men or men with very like men with like zero options that will accept these guidelines and all this stuff. So people are gonna be in the comments gonna be like, what dude is gonna marry and accept stuff from a woman that looks like that? A lot of men. Trust me. A lot of men. Pyro said, yes, it's the friend zone guy, and the guy who gave her things, she treat him like crap, and he still stays, so she loses more respect for him. But now she got no option but to marry him later on in life. So yeah, that's basically the guys that are getting married nowadays. The one guy in the friend zone that will still stay there, even though she has like zero respect for him. She's like, well, you're there, so I might as well. So those guys are taking like horrible deals, but that's on them, to be quite honest. Like guys like that, I don't really feel bad for, because it's really guys like that be in my comment section or be on my page stalking me, acting like I'm talking crazy. And you're actually trying to help guys like that because they're getting like completely scammed. But they want a virtue signal so bad. They you know what I mean? There's this one guy that's been on my sack, literally on Instagram. And I'm looking at this guy's profile page and I'm looking at his pic. I was like, dude, you talking about me? Bro, you look crazy. This dude look like I already know women look at him and they hope to God that he doesn't talk to him. Like, stop. I'm sitting there looking at this dude, just really looking at this dude. I'm like, you think I'm the creepy weirdo dude? And I'm looking at his videos, his pics, or his pics with his friends or so-called friends. I'm like, homie, you yelling at the wrong person, dog. Like, I done got my channel I got my channel got a strike for trying to help guys like you. The fuck? What are you on my page for like this? It's crazy. Anywho, he said these guys are even in the same bracket as simps, but like, yeah, they're like lower than simps. Because a simp can be really anybody at any given time, but there's certain people that are just way below simps where I just want to just take the dudes that call you an incel as a diss on Instagram. Look at their profile pics and just look at them. You'll just be like, "You're calling me an incel?" And you just look. It's like somebody had made a meme where basically where you have like these ugly dudes calling other ugly dudes incels, right? And it's really just them. They're projecting. They're incels, not they're actually incels, and they're trying to protect themselves. And they're like, okay, uh, hopefully calling this dude an incel will give me some pussy points. I'm talking about it's dudes that look crazy. I'm talking about I'm looking at these dudes. I'm like, and mind you, I'm not the type of dude to be like, oh, this is an ugly ninja. I've never been that type of dude until now. I'm looking at these profiles because I will like say something on Instagram, whatever, and I'm talking about these dudes will at me, and you're just like, I'm like, don't you guys have a life? I'm talking about I never even tagged this dude. These guys are adding me, call me all types of weird stuff, but particularly it'll be the dudes that call me an incel, and I'm looking at their page, and I'm like, nah, I think you're talking about yourself, buddy. I think you're talking about yourself. Shout out to OJ Desire. He said, nah, for real. So you've seen it too. Like the dudes that are calling other dudes incels on Instagram or Twitter. Look at just look at their profile, and you're just gonna be like, you calling me? What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you talking about? I'm talking about these dudes that are calling other dudes incels. I don't even think hoes would even touch these dudes. I don't even think sluts would touch these dudes. I don't like dude, I done been in rooms where it'll be like the sluttiest girl in the room, and even they will be like, oh no, I'm not talking to this dude. This dude is a weirdo. He's a creep or blah blah blah. I remember, my cousin's girl, right? At the time, I don't know if he's still his girl. We had invited her out to the studio session I've been with, right? And mind you, we have an interesting relationship because anytime I see her, I just make fun of her and she gets mad at me and gives me attitude or whatever. But that's my goal, and that's what I do. But she had saw me doing something different while I was at the studio session. And she had came in there, she was talking to me, whatever. And then some dude who I know, who's actually a cool dude, but he tried to say hi, and she just like shuddered at him. She's like, and I had to tell her, no, he's cool. Don't worry about that. He's cool. Or like I remember the other day I had to walk this girl out, whatever, and she's like, oh, some of these dudes that they don't know their boundaries and blah blah blah. So a lot of the times I gotta be the guy to be like, nah, he's cool. Don't worry about it. He's not a creep, right? Or there'll be other dudes in there that they don't think they're a creep, but they come across as a creep to even the sluts. And I have to be the guy to be, oh no, they're cool. There are people that even the sluts won't even touch with a 5-foot pole. Right. And I'll be seeing this live and it'll be hilarious to me. But yeah, you'll have like certain dude, they'll be going online trying to discredit other men to kind of cover to try to cover themselves. I don't know. It's this new. I guess it's a new tactic by these new dudes coming up. If there's any dudes listening to me that falls under that category, please stop doing that. The girls ain't even falling for that. That's weirdo behavior. Shadow Dog Law says, "Do you think some men just want their personal life as simple as possible, in-house loving, and they're straight?" I just look at it like this. As long as men have the sex part with women figured out, if they've once they come up with a system that works for them where they can get sex, everything else basically falls in place, right? So this is why dudes achieve the stuff that they do. This is why men study hard in high school, study hard in college, so they can get money, so they can have access to different types of women, right? This is why you have a quote unquote male shortage, because women are focusing all their energy on the physically attractive top 10% men, right? So you have these dudes that are quote unquote 10%. So the guys that are getting sex from women without them having to put any work in, they're broke. Those guys are broke, but since they have the sex part figured out, they're not really trying to push themselves to achieve certain things in life. They're just cool with, oh, I have a regular job here at wherever they're working at. I have a comfortable job. I have bitches lined up for me because physically I'm already attractive. So you have a lot of women that are getting their hearts broken by unemployed, physically attractive looking men, right? Meanwhile, you have these dudes that are just like, well, what's the point of me working so hard if women don't even find me attractive anyways? If I'm ending up with all this money and women are still doing the runaround on me, trying to use me, etc. So that's basically where we're at right now. So whatever system that a man finds himself in, where he can still have, where he doesn't have to worry about, damn, where am I going to get my next sex from? As long as he figures out a system to help him with that, he's content wherever he is at life. So if he's not getting sex, then he's going to try to do something different in life. If he thinks he's hopeless, he's just going to stay where he's at. If he thinks there's hope, then he's probably going to work hard, and that's really where it is right now. He said, if you want to show the chat an example, like it'll be, I can show an example off right now on my Instagram. There's one dude that's just been adding me. I'm like, this dude got nothing to do, because I remember his face. I was like, this dude is still adding me. Holy crap. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring up this ninja. Because it's just one dude that's just been adding me. I'm talking about I never even tagged him. I'm talking about in terms of initiating the contact. Let me see if I can find this ninja. Let me see if I can find him. Yeah, this one dude. Let me see if I can bring up. Yeah, this guy right here. I'm not gonna show you the context, which might be messed up, but this is the profile of this dude has been adding me. So I'm gonna make him famous a little bit. Look at this ninja. This is a weirdo looking ninja, dog. Like, these are the people that be calling you incels and creeps and all this stuff, and you're just looking at this dude like, yo, who the hell are you, bro? This is one of the dudes that be atting me. Right here. And that's not him on stage. He's watching a band. He's watching a band, right? Up here here we are. Him and his him in the friend zone with two other bitches that he doesn't even realize he's the weird male friend that the girls are using. He don't even realize that. He don't even realize it. You know what I mean? But we'll leave that be for now. He doesn't even realize it. Because he's not gay. He's not gay. He's not gay. Because if he was gay, I'd have left him alone. He'd be like, oh, he's not gay. He doesn't even realize he's the weird looking male friend that women be using from time to time, and they're laughing about it behind his back. Yep, these right here, this is the perfect picture right here. These are the guys that are calling you incels online. The guys that look like this. I promise you. This is it right here. These are the dudes calling you incels. I'm like, bruh. He said, if you want to show the chat an example. He said they hope their crush gonna see. But when you hook up with their crush, they tell you that they think he's weird. Facts. Or they'll think, because what like I remember when I was in high school. Because the reason why I don't believe in like therapy and psychology is because most people in general in my life, they have gotten me wrong damn near every single other time. I would say 95% of people, when they meet me in real life, they get me wrong. They have me all wrong. 95% of people that meet me in real life, they have me wrong. So much so that they have to say it. they just feel like they have to say it. I'm in a different position now, so I try to make sure I surround myself with, like-minded people. So I try to surround myself with like musicians and stuff like that, and artists in general. So we kind of think similarly. So we are not shocked on the certain things that happen in our lives, or whatever. But in terms of when I'm interacting with the normie population, they have me wrong 95% of the time. So that's why I don't really, you'll have these hoes talking about, oh yeah, I'm a psych major and I'm just reading everybody, and I'm, bruh. Educated Tyrone said, I DM'd you an example. Oh, I could have just used that instead of putting him on blast. Oh man, let me see the example. So Educated Tyrone sent me an example of one of the guys. that looks about right, bro. That looks about right. Yep, these are one of the dudes that was trying to talk down on Educated Tyrone. And I'm not saying guys like that are ugly. They just be weird looking ninjas themselves. I'll be like, yo, we in the same boat. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's never, trust me, I'm talking about every single time online somebody has tried to call me virgin or incel, whatever. It's never been a Chad. It's never been a Tyrone. Ever. I'm talking about ever. It's guys like this. People that's actually in worse situations than you sexually. What, like way worse. like like 1,000 times worse. But really, they're just projecting on you. On the blacklist. He said that guy wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fry. And I know who you got. You guys are talking about this dude right here, brother with the cat. You know, but yeah, these are the guys that be usually on you. No self-awareness, just no self-awareness. Like I remember there was this one other dude. Because there was a post on Instagram where I guess it was a woman saying, how many women can say they feel safe around you, whatever. There's this thing. Let me take this off me for a second. Let me see if I can take all this stuff off. Let me change the background. I don't know if I can change the background to something interesting. Maybe not. I can't. Maybe I can't put nothing interesting on it in the background. But I don't know if you guys have seen those posts where it's like you'll have a woman say, "How many women can say that they're safe around you?" You know those things, and it was a dude on there that was virtue signaling and agreeing. And I told him, I'm like, well, does where he was basically making fun of men that have problems speaking to women. It was a dude. It was a dude. He was making fun of men that struggle with speaking with women. And I was like, and I called him out. I said, well, wouldn't that make you more of a weirdo than the guy that can't speak to women? You making fun of a guy that struggles speaking with women, wouldn't that make you more of a weirdo? And then I looked at this guy's profile and I was like, oh my Lord. This ninja. I was like, this ninja. Oh man. Educated Tyrone said your example was perfect. Oh yeah, I remember that story. Yeah, it was one dude. I remember. I'm surprised you remember that story, Pyro, where I was talking about the guy. I called out this guy on Instagram, and then he starts talking about my YouTube channel. He's like, "Nice YouTube channel," and he starts basically insinuating that he could get it banned or something. And I'm like, "What the?" Oh man. He said I almost threw my food. Yeah, when let me bring up Educated Tyrone's guy right here. This dude right here. These be the dudes that be calling you incel. Every single time. It never fails. It never fails. It never fails. These dudes be weird looking and trying to make fun of other men for, oh, he can't speak to women. But oh yeah, I remember I had made the point that I said women should be the last people to be talking about feeling safe around, because I made the point that women will literally date drug dealers in their teenage years. I'm talking about willingly date drug dealers and then make a meme talking about how many men, what you misogynistic men, how many women can say you can feel safe around you? I'm like, well, women sleep with drug dealers all the time, and they target underage women. But I bet you feel safe around your drug dealer. So spare me the virtue signal nonsense. That was my comment. Let me see if I can actually find that interaction, because I thought that was just pathetic from the guy talking about women don't feel safe around you. You can't talk to women or something like that. He was talking to the public. But I just thought that was so weird. Oh yeah, I think I found it right here. Oh, maybe. Oh, that was a different context. But I found the comment though. So right here. So the meme was, so this was actually a little bit different, but it was a meme, right? That you could tell a young man made this meme. So the meme here is POV SA victims getting ready to tell everyone but the police about being assaulted. So that's a bit of an immature post. I'm not gonna lie. This clearly a young man made this meme, but I understand where this young man is coming from. But so yeah, right here. So this dude, he says, "Tell me how many women trust you and feel comfortable in your presence." So he said it like it was like this slam dunk comment. And this is where I come in and I say, please, a lot of women sleep and date criminals / drug dealers all the time, and drug dealers target underage women. And then right here, this is where he says, I'm bullying dudes because they don't know how to talk to women. And that's where I said, bullying dudes because they don't know how to talk to women, that actually makes you more of a weirdo more than anything. But look at this guy's profile. I can't really zoom in, but this is the dude. No, this is not and it's not the black dude. It's him. This is the dude. I can't get a close up on him. It's the white dude in the background. It's not the black dude. It's the white dude here. He's the one talking about, oh, I bully dudes that don't know how to talk to women. I'm like, that makes, what kind of ninja? I'm like, what kind of dude are you? Yeah, this guy right here. This guy. These be the people that be making fun of you. There's no way, bro. I'll be goddamn if a guy like that starts talking about, oh, I make fun of dudes that don't know how to talk to women. Yeah, this is the guy right here. This is the guy. This is the guy. So Pyro says, making fun of a guy who can't speak to women is one of the weakest crap I see a man do. I even hear women dry up if a man do that to get to some box. Yeah, like if you're making fun of men for not being able to talk to women, that's got to be the lowest. Who even does that? Only you got to be a real dirty macking type dude, especially if you are a dude that is getting women and you're doing that. That's just weird. It's always a guy that looks like that that's talking about that. I'm like, what are you talking about? This dude thinking he's this kind of progressive guy because he's showing off his gay black friend. You see in his photo, he always displaying his gay black friend and one of these half-breed Asian / white girls. one of these mutts. I'm so cool. I have a girl on my shoulder. He's one of those dudes. Ay, ay, ay. Guys like that are weird, man. Guys like that are weird. As long as I'm not an incel, I'm winning. Oh man. Got his gay black male friend in the background to help him with his profile because the gay black male friend has better facial features than him, so he's using him. That shit is crazy, man. What kind of hoe ass nigga you gotta be, boy? Anyway, anywho, let me relax on this guy. This gotta be one of the most virtue signaling. Put his gay twink friend. All right, let me stop because if I continue talking, I'm gonna get in big trouble. if I continue talking, people are gonna be like, "Damn." Oh yeah, just the other day, I basically exposed myself to my young bandmates. I'm in this band right now, and these people are like 20, 21 years old, and then you have one dude that's like my age. But most of the people in that band are like 20, 21 years old, 19 years old, right? And I be forgetting that as when you like the veteran, people will hang on to your words. So I was talking about me playing for the gay dude that I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, and I said out loud, I was like, I don't even hang out with people like that, and they were shocked, and I said something like that because they're just not used to niggas speaking for real. They're like, oh shit, and they made a joke out of it, but the way I be forgetting, the way that I talk is very frank. You know, most especially younger dudes that are fresh out of college, fresh out of music school, like these cats that I'm playing with, they don't hear people like me, right? Or let alone a Corey Holcomb. You know, I still like refer to a lot of gay men as sissies, right? Or twinks, whatever. I still be using terms like that, and I be forgetting I'm not supposed to be using terms like that, right? Because I grew up in a little bit of a different time. So I still got to be careful. He said, see, my friend is black and I'm not racist or homophobic. That's basically what he's trying to display by putting his black gay friend as the cover, right? Oh, by the way, one of my bandmates, this he was asking me about Andrew oh my bad. He was asking me about Andrew Tate. I don't know, maybe he thought I was going to praise him or something, but I told him don't even worry about people like that. He was the guy that opened up to me about his, you know, his dating struggles and whatnot, you know. But he's he is basically it's a young talented man that has been helping me musically. I've been helping him musically, and he's going through a phase in life where he's getting this information. He doesn't know what to make of it, right? So he brought up Andrew Tate. Told that nigga, don't worry about no Andrew Tate. Fuck all that. I told him simply, this is the time that we're living in. Because remember, when you're dealing with normies or people that are just not privy to this kind of information, you're not really supposed to dump the information on them like that. You're just supposed to tell them some real shit. And I told him, we are living in a time where men and women are the most separated as we've ever been, even though technically we need each other the most. This is probably the time where we actually need each other the most, but we're the most separate that we've ever been. And this is all by design. This is the times that we're living in right now. So that's what I told him. And there are people on both sides, men and women, that are falling for it. Women used to have a role. Women used to know their place, right? But because they don't know their place, is throwing a lot of things out of balance. Okay. So this is where we are right now. But yeah, that when the homie brought up Andrew Tate, I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. And it's no disrespect to Andrew Tate. It's just. And by the way, I ain't watching. I am not going to watch adolescence, whatever they trying to push, this adolescence crap. Please, I'll be God. It is almost reminding me of when people were asking me, "Are you gonna watch Surviving R. Kelly?" Hell, motherfucking, I ain't watching no Surviving R. Kelly. To see all these bitches that was screaming his name, praising him, and now they're gonna make a documentary against him when they stop getting money. Man, please. I got something else to do. Oh man. But anyways, like I said, if you guys get the chance, if you happen to be online and somebody calls you an incel, just look at their profile page. It's gonna be the funniest thing you'll ever see. One of the funniest things you will see. You're gonna see a straight loser, dog. You're gonna see somebody, dog, like you're gonna see a straight softy. Somebody that's like not, you're gonna see somebody that's clearly not a man. You're gonna see somebody that's clearly not a man. Clearly. I will say this though. I am afraid to find out, like, if my bandmates find this channel, I am afraid to find out, like, they love me, but I think if they find this channel, they're gonna hate me. I'm not even gonna hold you. If they find this channel, they're gonna hate me. So I do worry about like this, like for real. Like I actually worry about this because I actually like these guys, but compared to all the other people that I'm with, like I remember I was in one band, and when the other dude found out, I wasn't tripping over that. I wasn't really tripping over that, but I was a little bit surprised. But I think with this band, if they find out about this channel, they're just not used to men speaking like this. They're just not. They're gonna be like, damn, that's why you don't be even talking. Yeah. Stephen A's trying to say he would punch LeBron. What a joke. Shout out to AJ. AJ's in the building. He said, bro, how do these people find you? Because it's just, I don't know, the algorithm. And plus, like, one of these people that I've done a studio session with, he already found my main Instagram page. He already found it. There's another person that I work already found it because they know my cousin, and my cousin has my original handler's page. So I got to also worry about that. So if somebody asks, hey, what's your cousin's at? Hopefully he's giving them my music Instagram and not my main Instagram. Because there's a dude that I worked with one time. He knows my main Instagram. So hopefully he hasn't been spreading that around, but nobody knows so far. AJ says the average man overestimates their ability to fight by 400%. This case proves this to be true. Yeah, like you remember they did that survey where you had all these dudes saying that they would rather fight a grizzly bear or something. They thought they could take on a grizzly bear. I was like, these dudes is idiots, man. Look, and also I said this earlier. I don't care if you think LeBron is gay or if LeBron has been part of those Diddy parties and he's under the closet, in the closet. I don't care. Homie, you not beating LeBron James in a fight. The fuck is wrong with these hoe ass niggas, man? By the way, I keep trying to also tell people, gay people are strong as hell. You're not gonna beat most gay people in a fight. Even the ones that be wearing wigs and all that stuff, you're not gonna beat them in a fight. Gay people are very strong. Gay people are strong. gay people are some of the strongest people I've worked in warehouses with. Trust me. I remember I had a like a supervisor or a manager, whatever, and he was pushing like the furniture. This dude was gay, but he was like very average. This dude, he can push furniture, dog, just off of his leg power. The way he was just able to push, I'm like, this dude is strong as hell. I'm talking about stuff that even the bigger dudes couldn't even push the furniture. This dude was like a monster. This dude was a monster. But dude's gay. He wasn't like OD gay like that, but he's just like he was a gay dude. One of the strongest dudes I ever seen. Just like one of those, he's just one of those regular looking dudes that be strong as hell for no reason. You're not gonna beat most gay dudes in a fight. Now, for a guy like a Stephen A. Smith to think that he gonna just swing on LeBron, that ain't finna happen, dog. You wild. Like, you not like, people don't even understand, especially when it comes to fighting. There's a lot of people that you can't underestimate. Them small ninjas that be boxing, right? Them gay ninjas, right? Them dudes that been abused when they were kids. You can't beat these people in a fight. Like, like you're not beating them in a fight. It's impossible. Oh, facts. Shadow Dog Law said all that pent up frustration, all the ridiculous insults they will take that all out on you, all the abuse that they faced when they were kids, all the physical or sexual abuse. What? You ain't beating no gay dude, bro. Plus, even when it comes to what they do in their bedrooms, that stuff, that's not normal shit. These are some different breed. These people are different types of people, man. You ain't gonna beat them in a fight. You're not. Some of the best boxers in history have been gay. Now they haven't come out and said that they were gay, but they're gay. I don't want to say no names. AJ said I watched a dude get whooped by a 6'1" transformer wearing heels. LOL, one hitter quitter. Yeah, like in ATL, you gonna see some interesting stuff. Like you gonna see a dude 6'5" with some heels making out with another dude wearing a wig, and you're not gonna say nothing. You're not gonna say nothing to him, or you're gonna get your ass beat. He said, I watched another Transformer 2-piece, 2 chicks. Then their Transformer stole their purses. Because at the end of the day, it's a man. Oh, also, you conservative dudes, you think you're going to run up on a gay dude and do something to him. I remember talking to a man that's a black man that's very liberal, mind you. And I remember he even said this. He said them MAGA dudes, they think they're gonna run up on them Transformers, have another thing coming, because at the end of the day, these are men. And I always harken back to the video that I saw where it was one of these MAGA dudes. He ran up on one of those gay I'm talking about big dude, but he was a gay black dude, but he was a big dude, muscled up and everything. This dude thought he could just talk to him crazy, and that dude had him folded up like he was a piece of paper. Plus the size difference I be noticing, like it's not even close. It's not even close, man. Yeah. Emil Griffith. He killed somebody in the ring. Sorry, he deleted somebody in the ring. Because he was calling him sissies and all that type of stuff. Everybody knows about that. Well, sorry, not everybody. The people that know boxing know about that situation. You guys, people ain't ready, man. People ain't ready. Some of the best fighters in history. But Emil Griffith was open about him. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about other boxers that are famous. And you guys can take a guess on who they are, but they're gay. So some of them have already been exposed. Well, I'll give you a name, Oscar De La Hoya, right? Allegedly, but we've already caught him, in dresses. You know what I mean? So it's not like we've already kind of caught him. It's just it is what it is at this point. Great boxer though. Great boxer. One of the best fighters in boxing history. But you know. So that's just one example, right? But he never came out as this is me, you know. He said it's always ATL. ATL, yeah. ATL is literally modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. So, but yeah, anyways, I think I've exhausted all the talking points when it comes to LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. I'm still shocked that the general public was still taking Smith's side over LeBron. I'm shocked, but that's kind of where we at. I guess people don't like LeBron. They really don't like LeBron. Like even to the point where I remember people were saying when the Dallas Mavericks had made the trade, people thought that Dallas was gonna make the playoffs and do something when it was clear that the Dallas Mavericks they're taking their season on purpose. The management up top, they're destroying the team on purpose. But I guess that's how much they don't, like LeBron, personally, I'll just say this. There's a lot of people, athletes included, that I don't like personally, but I just don't want that. I wouldn't want that person to live rent free in my head where I'm mentioning this person every single time. So for example, I'll give you an example of an athlete that I truly dislike, but people that would never thought it. People that never thought it, right? I'm gonna give you an example. So there's one athlete I've probably mentioned him before. His name is he's a soccer player by the name of Jordan Henderson, right? Jordan Henderson. Now, you guys probably don't even know him. You guys probably don't even remember me mentioning him. But there's a reason why I don't mention him. I don't fuck with that dude really like that. So I try to mention him as least as possible. So this is why you have to be careful with whatever person that you don't feel you ain't feeling with them. And there's nothing wrong with not liking somebody, but you can't let that person live rent free in your head. Right? You can't, because you're gonna put you're gonna take yourself out of your mojo. You don't want something like that, somebody that you don't like living rent free in your head. You don't want to be in that position. Now, Jordan Henderson doesn't even live rent free in my head because I barely talk about him. I barely mention him. And if he deserves credit, I give him credit. If he doesn't deserve credit, I just leave it alone. There's people in this space I don't like. I make sure I don't even talk about them. You will never know. You will never know. How many times have you heard me mention Modern Life Dating on this channel? Like, how many times have you ever heard me even mention his name or his channel? Probably once or probably a couple times, just to show you, like, he's probably not the best person to take advice from. But I make sure I don't mention their names because I ain't feeling them. He said live rent free. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Well, I don't want to mention certain names, but there's people in this space I make sure I don't talk about them because I don't want to even give him that kind of attention, and I don't want to even when I talk about Cynthia G, I don't even want to mention her name because the stuff that she talks about is disgusting. But I don't want her to live rent free. I don't want somebody that demonic, somebody that evil to be living rent free in my head. And especially now that she got taken off of YouTube, I can rest. I can rest peacefully. You know what I mean? But what I see unfortunately, with a lot of people that have critiques for LeBron or LeBron haters, it'll be a subject that is not even LeBron related, and they will bring this man's name up. And it's like, bro, we talking about something else right now. I don't want to talk about LeBron James. The fuck? There's been too many instances of that, right? But look, don't hate on LeBron so much so that you're taking Stephen A. Smith's side. No, ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. Stephen A. Smith, a whole clown. And I'm not saying, like, I appreciate Stephen A. Smith for, being entertaining, being an entertainer, an actor, all that stuff. Because at the end of the day, he is an entertainer. So I don't take what he says personally. But at the end of the day, he's a clown. And to me, especially, remember when Kwame Brown had called out Stephen A. Smith in 2021, and then Stephen A. Smith came out with his little reply, like it was just, I'm like, this nigga a clown. that I really came to that realization, like, I'm like, this nigga really, he's just not a respectable, like, it's really hard to respect a guy like that, And this is a guy that has been a part of my childhood for like, that's a major part of my childhood in terms of watching, sports debate shows and all this stuff. And even then I had to just come like Stephen A. Smith, he's not good for the culture. He's not good for the culture. OJ Desire said Henderson's such an average player, not worth the headache. Oh, so you follow soccer too. But it's just I just don't want to even bring him up because, and I probably said it one time, but Henderson is the peak of, when it comes to England, English soccer players, they will give these English soccer players that are not good so much chances after chances after chances. When other players, they come in, they suck, they get sold the next year, right? Henderson comes in from Sunderland, goes to Liverpool, was a winger, sucked. Put him center mid, sucked. They even try to put him at like right back at one point. Gets bad, still was bad. Then eventually he found his legs back in the center midfield. And that was because he was able to play with Fabinho and Jorginho Wijnaldum. And that's really what helped his career, right? But he gets a lot of credit that I'm like, and I'm just watching him play, and then compared to the credit that English fans or Liverpool fans would give him, I'll be like, I'm not seeing it, guys. And technically, he was the reason why Croatia beat England in 2018, because when England took the lead versus Croatia, they put a lot of pressure in the midfield because they were trying to win the ball back, and Henderson could not keep the ball. People got to rewatch that game. I was like, oh, Lord, this guy here. But anyways, but yeah, people will never know. And there's a lot of other soccer players that I don't like. And people will never. People have never thought. People are like, I thought you were defending this player like crazy. I don't even fuck with that guy. So I try to make sure, and even in public, people wouldn't think that I had words for Henderson, but to me he epitomizes what I find wrong with English football culture. Like, Henderson, Jack Wilshere, and I'm not saying I hate Jack Wilshere, right? This Jack Wilshere is another guy that I'm like, bruh, but I think England is in a better space. I think they prematurely fired Southgate. And people might disagree with me. I just think that he actually did a lot more with less than people give him credit for. And I think I forgot who they hired. I'm blanking on his name, the former Chelsea manager and PSG manager. I just think with him, people are going to expect him to win a World Cup in America, but it would be a big accomplishment if he won the World Cup with today's England squad. Even though I think today's England squad is actually better than the so-called golden generation, but I still think it's asking a lot for today's England squad to win the World Cup. I think that's asking a lot. And I will celebrate England if they won the World Cup with the squad that they have. I will legitimately celebrate because I do like the players that they have. I like Bellingham. I like Foden. I love Harry Kane. While I'm blanking on these other players, right? Kyle Walker, these guys. I love these guys, right? These are like players that I can get behind. Pause. Right? I wish nothing but the best for these guys. But anyways, anywho. Oh, shout out to Garrett Grant. He said Southgate was rushed out too soon. I think so. I think people I think he overachieved with the England squad, especially in 2018, for them to even make it all the way to the semifinals with the players that they had. First of all, and people might disagree with me when I say this, I think Harry Kane is a better player than Wayne Rooney. Now, obviously, he doesn't have the same silverware. It's not even close. I'm not saying that, but I'm just thinking if you ask me, who would you rather have as a striker on your team, Harry Kane or Wayne Rooney? I'll take Harry Kane. And I swear I'm not saying this out of hate. I swear. I'm just looking at physically their skills and their skill set. I think people look at Harry Kane because he's never won a trophy, and they're just like, there's got to be something to it. But he usually does his job. It's just he's just been unlucky. He's just been unlucky, man. I just really think he's just been unlucky. And Wayne Rooney was a great player in his prime, but I'm talking about as a pure striker. I think Harry Kane's a better player than Wayne Rooney, and he's proven it in the international level. On the international level, Harry Kane has been a better player than Wayne Rooney, period. Period. Ankle problems and all. Harry Kane has been a better striker for England than Wayne Rooney. He's been a better player. He's a better team player, in my opinion. He's a better player to play off of if you're a midfielder, a winger, than Wayne Rooney has. There's a lot of Wayne Rooney was holding the England team back a lot of times because he couldn't play by himself. If they're playing with two up front, he's gonna want to drop a lot and get and hold the ball, which is fine. But with Wayne Rooney's skill set, it kind of holds the team back, right? I think Harry Kane, you can put him up top by himself. You can put him in a two. You can play with two strikers and have Harry Kane be the top striker. Like, I think Harry Kane is more flexible than Wayne Rooney at the striker position. And Harry Kane's a better passer. That's my opinion. Yeah, OG Desires. Yeah, his name, yeah, Thomas Tuchel. I don't know why I couldn't remember his name. Tuchel seems like he has a plan, but Southgate got lucky all throughout, in my opinion. I look, you can have that opinion on it. I think Southgate did more. Maybe because look, I don't look at Southgate as this genius, but I'm just looking at his results. And the fact that you even said that he's gotten lucky, that means he's been doing a decent job. That means he's done more with less. That just the fact that you said he got lucky, that means on paper he's overachieved. That means on paper he's overachieved. Because I think the so-called golden generation, that was a bunch of hogwash. I think there's a lot there's a lot of legends, so-called legends. England likes to hype up. Like I think Steven Gerrard is a legend, but he held the England team back. Same with Rooney. I think he held the team back. I'm not going to really say Lampard held the team back per se, but I think not letting Paul Scholes being the main focal point of the team, you know what I mean, and trying to force that Lampard and Steven Gerrard partnership in the midfield, that would and trying to force all these players to play together, that really held back the England team. Forcing David Beckham to be, making David Beckham the captain for marketing reasons, like stuff like that, stuff like that. Because especially, I'll say, what they really should have done, they should have just had Carrick and Paul Scholes if they were going to play with two midfielders. Just have Scholes and Carrick be in there together, and Adam Johnson on the right hand side or whatever left hand side, Aaron Lennon or Ashley Young on the whatever wing, right? And if they're going to play with two up front, Jermaine Defoe and Wayne Rooney. If they were gonna run things like how they were running it at Man U because they thought Man U was doing it the best, you might as well run it like that. Now, if you wanted to play a 4-3-3, have Carrick playing the holding mid, Scholes as one of the supporting mids, and Lampard. That works. Have Carrick be the holding midfielder, and then have Lampard and Scholes share the midfield, right? And have Adam Johnson, Aaron Lennon, one of these, people up front, and then because Wayne Rooney can't play that main strike, he can't play that lone striker role. Alex Ferguson used to try that with him from time to time. It didn't work. It didn't work. When you try to put Wayne Rooney up top by himself, it doesn't work. Not consistently. So you'd have to put somebody else up front, and there wasn't really a whole lot of players that can kind of play that false nine role if they were to play a 4-3-3, that main role. There's not a lot of players that could do that. Higuain could do it. Samuel Eto'o could do it. You know what I mean? But there's not really a whole lot of people. And when Messi was playing that role, he was basically playing like a false nine. But there's not a lot of people that can just play by themselves up top with the wingers right next to him. It's not a whole lot of people that can do that. Not a whole lot of strikers. Wayne Rooney definitely couldn't do that. Not consistently. So I don't know who England would have been able to use up top if they were to play three up top. I don't know who. At that, I'm talking about in the late 2000s and the 2010s times, 2010, 2012, 2006, 2008, et cetera, right? I don't know what striker you could have used that can play up top by themselves if they were to play three up front. I thought guys like Wayne Rooney, Steven Gerrard, I just thought they held the team back. I'm not gonna say like David Beckham was a trooper. I'm not gonna lie, he was a trooper. But I think guys like Gerrard. I don't even know how Carragher, man. Carragher, he owes Gerrard a lot because he was Steven Gerrard's friend, that he was able to gain a lot of things in life just being Steven Gerrard's friend. Yeah, Carragher was massively overrated. Yeah, he was overrated as hell. I think Joe Hart got a lot of the blame when things didn't work out in 2016? In the Euros when they got kicked when they lost to Iceland. They had lost to Iceland. They blamed it all on Joe Hart. Yeah, that's what England usually do. Some doesn't work out with their keepers, or they have problems, defending. They always blame the goalkeeper. That's what they usually do. They did the same to Paul Robinson. They did the same to what's the guy's name? Shoot, who's the keeper in 2010 that let in that goal? I'm blanking on his name. I completely forgot about his name. It was like right after that. Then they put David James in goal, to cover for the guy. And then it was only then that's when they started considering Joe Hart. Then Joe Hart had the spot for a while. They wanted him gone by 2016. England is successful sometimes when it comes to this stuff. Anyways, I can go on and on and on about that. Yeah, I guess that covers the soccer part. That covers the soccer part. But yeah, I'll say this. I'll be rooting for England, man. I'll be rooting for England in the 2026 World Cup. I hope they win it, man. I hope they win it. I'll be rooting for them because I do like the players they got on there. But who? Because I'm trying to think which team will be benefiting the most in the 2026 World Cup. It's probably going to be England because of the kind of pitches that they got, but you never know. You never know. Spain is dangerous. After seeing what I saw from the Euros, Spain is dangerous because they have if Nico Williams and what's his name? Lamine Yamal, if both of them are healthy like they were in last year's Euros, Spain can do damage. They can definitely do damage because Nico Williams on one wing, Lamine Yamal on the other, and they were both healthy too in last year's tournament. Both were healthy. Man, like none of the fullbacks were ready for it because wingers like that don't even really exist anymore. Like wingers like that, most like now the wingers now, they're not even really wingers. They're really number 10s, and they put them at that position. Like these are like when you talk about Yamal, you talk about Nico Williams. These are your traditional attacking wingers, people that like to take people on 1v1, shoot it, cross it, pass it, take players on. Classic wingers, man. I'll let you know what I think who's gonna win on that one. I think Canada's gonna do more damage than expected. I think America is gonna be I'll say this. Something just recently happened with America in terms of one of their professional soccer leagues. One of their professional soccer leagues, I think USL, they're implementing promotion and relegation. Now that's a good start. If they keep it up, hopefully MLS pays attention and they start incorporating that. That's where, because you got to have promotion and relegation. You have to. You have to. You have to for this to work. But anyways, let me sign off because I'm going to go off on a tangent again. Thank you guys for tuning in to today's sports stream ish. That was kind of a sports stream. But yeah, I didn't know there was a lot of more people that was into what I was into. I thought it was just you know me and South Holland, Garrett Grant at most. But yeah, there's a lot more people that pay attention, man. Shout out to you guys, man. I'll start talking more on some soccer stuff. I'll start doing that a little bit more. I used to like when my first videos, I used to start putting that in there, but I stopped doing that. I stopped doing that after the Giovanni Reyna incident. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in to the Stephen A. Smith, LeBron James beef. We already know what I think about that. But shout out to you guys for tuning in. I went way over time, but it's all good. It's all good. Anyways, what outro video are we ending the stream on? Let's see what we got. Nah, I'm not gonna leave it off with Corey Holcomb. We're going. Oh man, we go. Yeah, we're gonna have Simon. We're gonna have Simon. Closes out in prayer.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.